I remember the day vividly. The rain was pouring down, and I was hunting caribou with my friend in eastern Alaska. We had been on the trail for a few hours when we saw a man riding down the trail on a four-wheeler. He stopped us and asked if we had a satellite phone. He looked panicked and told us that his girlfriend was dead in their tent when he woke up. Without a second thought, we gave him our phone and watched as he frantically dialed for help. We waited with him for a while, and then he took off back up the trail towards his campsite. We decided to continue hunting, hoping that help would arrive soon. Later that day, we saw a trooper on a four-wheeler with a side-by-side following with EMS on the side head up the trail. We assumed it was for the man's girlfriend and felt relieved that help had finally arrived. However, as we continued hunting, we kept an eye on the state trooper daily dispatches, but there was no mention of the incident. It was strange, and we couldn't help but wonder what had really happened. Days turned into weeks, and we couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. We decided to talk to a park ranger about the incident, hoping that they would have some information. The park ranger listened intently to our story and then told us that there had been reports of a dangerous predator in the area. They suspected that it may have been responsible for the man's girlfriend's death and that the trooper dispatch was kept quiet to avoid causing panic. Hearing this sent chills down our spines. We realized just how lucky we were to have made it out of there unscathed. We thanked the park ranger for the information and promised ourselves that we would never take the dangers of the wilderness for granted again. As a child, I always looked forward to going on long drives with my dad in his truck. This summer was no different. We were cruising down the road, enjoying our snacks when I saw something odd on the side of the road. I called out to my dad, but he didn't seem to notice it. A few minutes later, I saw it again. It was a creature running on the side of the road, but it was hazy and blurry. This time, my dad saw it too, but he shrugged it off. We continued driving, but after a while, we got a flat tire. My dad pulled over to change it, and we saw that the tire had multiple holes poked in it, as if something had bitten it. While we were changing the tire, another truck passed by, and I remember admiring its cool lights. However, we didn't think much of it at the time. As we continued our journey, we saw the same truck we had passed earlier, crashed on the side of the road. Police and EMTs were already there, and we drove on that night, grateful that we had not been in that accident. Looking back, my dad and I still talk about that strange creature we saw, which he later learned was called a crawler. We wonder if it had something to do with the strange occurrences that night. Whether it was the creature or a mysterious force that saved us, we'll never know for sure. But the memory of that night still sends shivers down my spine. I was always fascinated by the stories my son Jack told me about his discovery of Bigfoot Cave. I remember the excitement in his voice as he recounted the tale of how he stumbled upon the cave during his senior year of high school. He and his friends had decided to explore the cave in the spring of 1994, but what they found there was beyond their wildest dreams. As I listened to Jack's story, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The thought of my son encountering some strange creature out there in the woods was terrifying to me. But Jack was always fearless and adventurous, just like his old man. According to Jack, they had arrived at the cave around 4 p.m. and saw a gigantic, long-haired creature standing at the entrance. They were so scared that they quickly left and ran to a landing far above the cave, where they heard moaning sounds. A week later, Zane, one of Jack's friends, decided to visit the landing. It was a beautiful day, and he and his wife planned to camp there for the night. But at midnight, they were awoken by the eerie sound of moaning, and Zane's wife refused to ever go camping again. As a park ranger, I had heard many stories of Bigfoot sightings, but I never really believed in them until now. Jack's account of his encounter had me intrigued, and I decided to investigate further. I wanted to see if there was any evidence to support his claim of a creature living in Bigfoot Cave. I organized a team of experts and headed to the cave with the latest equipment for detecting any signs of life. As we entered the cave, we could feel the eerie presence of something or someone watching us. Suddenly, we heard the same moaning sounds that Zane had reported. We froze in our tracks, unsure of what to do next. But then, I remembered my training and reminded myself that I was a park ranger, and it was my duty to investigate further. We pushed forward, following the sounds until we came to a small opening in the cave wall. And there, to our surprise, we saw the unmistakable footprints of a large creature with 4 toes. I knew then that Jack and his friends were telling the truth. There was indeed something living in Bigfoot Cave. I made sure to report my findings to the authorities and to take all necessary precautions to protect the public from any potential danger. As for me, I still think about that moaning sound in the night and what it might mean. But I am grateful for the experience, as it opened my eyes to the mysteries that lie hidden in the forest, waiting to be discovered. I have a story to tell, but you might not believe me. I was working as a ranger in a small state park in California. It was late September, and the number of hikers was dwindling. I was patrolling the trails, checking on things, and making sure everything was safe. During lunchtime, I sat down in an open field to eat my favorite tuna sandwich. Suddenly, I froze with a bite still in my mouth when I saw 2 dark eyes moving between trees to my right. I saw something large watching me, and then I heard branches and twigs snapping. It was trying to evade being seen. Then I heard deep breaths, almost like heavy panting or wheezing. I got up and left immediately, but it followed me, moving briskly through the trees. I picked up my pace, but everything around me fell quiet, and I began to feel very uncomfortable. I think it followed me for a couple of miles before finally stopping. To this day, I have no way to account for what it was that I saw, and I don't want to think about it. Working as a cop was simply one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. I made good friends, had several adventures and encounters, among other things. When I also retired, I did so with full honor and glory and no bad records. It was the best life and career I could ask for. However, while my job had its fair share of excitement and fun, it also had its hidden dangers. Most of these were often mild with little to no deaths. If we were lucky, we got off with light injuries. However, I had an encounter that nearly cost my life. Nothing had prepared me for this terrifying encounter, not even the rigorous training we received when we applied for the academy, nor the years of experience on the job itself had properly prepared me for this ordeal. That ordeal was one of the reasons I retired when I did. My mind was unable to handle the shock from that encounter. I was in the precinct with a few of my colleagues. They were on duty that day when we received a distress call. I went to check it out. I left the precinct while pondering on what the issues could be. The caller had only dropped an address before the line went off, so it was puzzling to say the least. Usually, these kind of calls are some of the worst. I located the house after a bit of asking around the place that it was located. It was in the deepest part of town. Notwithstanding, everybody seemed familiar with the place at that point. Countless alarm bells were going off in my head. This house was in a very secluded part of town, yet everybody knew it. This was strange. I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 people knew about the place, but everybody seemed to know where the call came from. I guess the house was built in the old 1900s, and it had a very eerie ambience around it. I could sense a sinister aura surrounding it, but I was not bothered. It was just my mind and paranoia and trying to play tricks on me. I walked to the door and knocked. The answer I got was silence. I knocked again, stating who I was with more strength. Still, greeted by silence. At this point, the alarm bells were blaring nonstop in my head, but I still chose to ignore them. I've already gotten here. I can't just turn back without conducting a search or a proper investigation. When I had grown tired of knocking, I decided to barge in, and I heard the footsteps racing down the stairs. It was a middle-aged woman with a girl of about 15 years in tow. The woman opened the door with a smile and asked politely, "How may I help you, officer?" And I told her somebody had called our precinct, gave the address to this house, so I decided to do a wellness check. The woman softly smiled and told me it was just the kids playing pranks. I couldn't help but glance at the girl behind her who was silently mouthing the words "help me." It was at that juncture I knew that something was going on in that house, and this woman standing in front of me was either the perpetrator or an accomplice. In my mind, I concluded the matter to be a case of child trafficking or kidnapping, but little did I know that I was about to be thrown into a world that would shatter everything I knew. I was about to be thrown into a world that would decimate mine. I simply smiled. The woman asked if I could come in to take a look. The smile at this point on her face receded, and she threw a glance at the girl behind her. The girl trembled and retreated in fright, which further confirmed my suspicions that something sinister was going on. I took a step inside, taking a curse for every glance at everything before turning to the girl. My intuition told me she had been the one to make the call that brought me here. I decided to make her talk so I could ascertain if the voice had been hers. "Hi, my name is Matthew. What's yours?" I had asked with a smile, trying to be chipper and polite. She only gave a frightful nod in response, declining to clearly talk again, another action firmly confirming my suspicions. She had indeed been the one to make the call to the precinct, and the look of terror on her face made me know that the woman standing behind me was clearly no saint. I turned to address her. "Ma'am, this child looks malnourished and starved. She's also in need of immediate medical attention. With your permission, I'd like to take her to the hospital." The moment I said those words, I could feel the temperature drop and a cold shiver ran over my body. This look crept onto the woman's face, and her voice, which sounded like a demon from the depths of hell, awakened terror within me. All I felt was fear, a primal fear from the depths of my soul. Grabbing the girl, I rushed towards the door, only for it to snap shut as if pushed by an invisible hand. The woman slowly began to shapeshift from a middle-aged woman into something ghastly and evil-looking. She gave this shrill cry and her eyes retracted to these black shapes. The noise was high-pitched and making my ears nearly bleed. She raised her hands toward me, making me fly towards her, terrified. I cannot describe how I felt. All I knew was I felt a pang of regret at that moment. This encounter had brought me face to face with a demon or a witch. She clenched her fist, and giving me the sensation that a hand had clutched onto my heart, I cried out in pain and silently prayed to God. In my pain, I didn't realize the girl was no longer behind me. I was busy, too busy thinking of how to escape. Once again, ruthlessly, I was flung away like a rag doll, and it was at this moment I saw the girl. She was holding on to a crude crucifix. Stealthily, she went behind the woman and violently began stabbing her. With a cry of pain, the woman seemed to stop moving. I immediately radioed for backup, grabbing the girl, throwing her in my car, and driving to the station. My supervisor immediately began talking to her while backup was taking care and cleaning up the situation. I was sent home for the night, and the next day when I went in for my shift, I was told I would no longer be working on that case and did not speak about any of the details given. That was many years ago now, and now that I don't do it anymore, I feel the need to share this information. Hopefully, it'll assist anybody out there with knowing that things beyond our realm of comprehension and understanding rational thought truly exist. Today my wife and I were hiking in Missouri. Our original targeted trailhead had a guy parked there that was in his truck looking very suspicious. We went to another trailhead. Being unfamiliar with the area, we came across the previous trailhead with the suspect person about 3 miles into our 4-mile loop. Guy was not in the truck, check, need to be aware. A little further, full water bottle on the trail with an empty can of Spam, check, odd. A little further, small backpack on the trail. Okay, now my wife and I automatically go into condition orange. She is facing one way and me the other while walking. I am always armed, so getting ready as it looked like a setup. 100 yards later, hear someone talking. Guy is 20 yards off the trail crawling around like an animal, laughing like an insane nutcase. Okay, now in condition red, we continue on past him, weapon out now at my side. He moves towards the trail as we pass, now ready to do what I have to, move the wife in front of me after we pass, and he is coming. At the last minute, nut job turns away, he lives. We watched our six for a while. He was so methed out he was acting like a bear in the woods, laughing it up in fantasy land and digging in the dirt. This is not the first crazy shit I have come across. Have had multiple encounters with violent or crazy people in the city and the woods, minding my own business. I feel two-legged animals are the most dangerous thing in the woods and elsewhere. I think you are nuts if you are not always armed. I have been standing at a gas pump, pumping gas before work. Guy pulls up and threatens to beat me with a baseball bat. Going to the doctor, a guy beating his woman in the parking lot. She runs in the doctor's office. I lock the door. He says he is going to kill me. Folks, it only takes one to go wrong. I'm 60 now, not as tough as I once was, got to be careful. Do your family a favor, always carry. Years ago my wife thought I was a little nuts. We have had enough crazy shit happen. Now she is armed and makes damn sure I never leave the house unarmed. I'm a police officer, and this is a story that a colleague told me. He responded to a call to check up on a camper, but when he arrived, all the lights were out. There was no one there, and it was as if everyone had completely disappeared. He heard a growling noise with a chewing sound and saw a tiny 3-foot tall, furry humanoid thing standing there, reminding him of a chimpanzee. He was startled and nearly fell backward. The creature ran off, going at about 30 miles an hour. According to my colleague, it looked partly human, with a nose and brow ridge, but the rest of its face was almost covered in hair and reminded him of an ape. The eyes were all black, and it did not appear to be violent or aggressive. The campers had been harassed by this creature and had left after making the call. Some of my cryptozoology friends believed that a juvenile Sasquatch was responsible for the sighting. I was on a routine patrol in the nearby state park when I received a call about a suspicious individual seen wandering along the highway. As a park ranger, I'm responsible for ensuring the safety of visitors and enforcing park rules and regulations, but occasionally, we have to lend a hand to our neighboring communities. I hopped in my truck and drove to the area to check it out. As I was driving, I remembered a story a fellow ranger had shared with me a few weeks ago about a man pushing a shopping cart in the middle of nowhere. It seemed like an odd coincidence that I was now on the lookout for a person matching that description. I decided to keep an eye out just in case. A few miles down the road, I saw him. The man with the shopping cart. He was pushing it along the shoulder of the highway, looking weary and disheveled. I pulled over and approached him cautiously. "Excuse me, sir. Are you okay? Do you need any help?" I asked him. He looked up at me with tired eyes and shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Just trying to make my way to Houston," he replied. I noticed that he had a large backpack strapped to his back, and the shopping cart was filled to the brim with what appeared to be all his worldly possessions. It was clear that he was homeless and had been walking for miles. I introduced myself as a park ranger and offered to give him a ride to the nearest town where he could get some rest and food. He hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted my offer. As we drove, he told me about his journey and how he ended up in Colorado. It turned out that he had been walking for days, trying to make his way to Houston to see his family. He had taken a shortcut through Keansburg, and that's where the driver had mistaken him for a deer. He was grateful for the ride and for someone who cared enough to check on him. As a park ranger, I'm used to dealing with all kinds of situations, but this one touched me in a different way. It was a reminder that even in the middle of nowhere, there are people who need our help and compassion. I dropped him off at a nearby shelter and wished him luck on the rest of his journey. As a veteran who has driven extensively in Iraq and Kuwait, I have seen my fair share of accidents and tragedies on the road. One incident that has stayed with me was the sight of a decapitated man lying on the side of the road. He had been involved in a racing accident and his head was propped up on his stomach. It was a gruesome sight, but unfortunately, such incidents were not uncommon in those parts of the world. In another instance, I witnessed a woman leaving her car running on the side of a busy street in Kuwait City with her 2 toddlers inside. I couldn't help but feel anxious about the potential danger they were in. One wrong move and they could have easily ended up as roadkill. These are just some of the many incidents I have witnessed while driving in these regions. It's a sobering reminder of how dangerous the roads can be and how quickly things can turn tragic. It's something that has stayed with me, and I am grateful for every safe journey I have had since then. This story happened a few months ago. At that time, I had moved out of my house for a professional reason, but I had to wait a couple of months before moving into my next house. To spend this time span, and since I can work from anywhere, I rented my very close friend Amy's holiday family house, which is otherwise empty, located in a village I grew up in the countryside. I know this family and their house very well since I am a small child. The house is rather large, it has 2 floors and 5 bedrooms. It is located in a quiet, or even remote, area of the village, only surrounded by forest and other empty holiday houses. While planning this, I was aware this setting could be scary being a single 27 female, but I hate to restrain myself in life because of unjustified fears, so I instead took a few measures to feel more safe. Before moving in, I had planned to go on a complete checkup of all the doors and windows. Once done, I would look into every room, under every bed and inside all the wardrobes. This way, I could be certain that the house was perfectly empty at that moment, and would stay so, as I will be very careful with closing doors and I knew there were no spare keys. So that, when at night I would be scared, I could reason with myself and know that it is only in my head. I was accompanied by my mother to proceed to the checkup, as she lives close by. We faced a problem rather quickly while verifying doors and windows. 2 glass doors from the patio were malfunctioning, and one could just slide them open. The layout of the 2 doors was the following. One was looking towards the garden, the second one was between the patio and the rest of the house. This meant someone could not only get inside the patio from outside, but also in the rest of the house. After this discovery, I called my friend Amy, and we agreed I would find a locksmith. Amy's family's financial situation isn't at its peak, so depending on the price, either only the door leading to the garden, either both doors would get fixed. But the price was reasonable, thus the locksmith lady could change both locks. The patio was then perfectly sealed. However, according to her, the glass door leading to the garden was weak and one could easily open it, if motivated. But since the glass door between the patio and the rest of the house was safe, I did not mind that remark. One could have as much fun as they pleased in that patio as long as I was safe in my house. After that and a successful second checkup, I was happy to move in. The first days were a bit scary, but since I was careful with doors and the house's surroundings were so peaceful and lovely, it quickly became bliss to live there. I was heating myself with the fireplace, eating good food, breathing fresh air. I felt very free and happy. Only I had to notice a small odd detail in the very first day. A 3rd glass door was not locking anymore. I got very surprised since I checked so carefully every single door during my checkup. This 3rd door was right next to the one I got repaired, between the patio and the house. So, this meant that the patio was not perfectly sealed anymore, but fine, I thought. All the doors leading to the outside were still locked, so, no need to worry. I quickly moved on since I felt so happy there. I did not want any useless fear to bother me. I came to the conclusion I must have missed it, and I was a bit ashamed that I got Amy's family to spend money on 2 locks whereas it should have been 3, because of my carelessness. After 2 wonderful months living a dream, mostly on my own. Since all my childhood friends moved out from the village, a friend came to visit me. We spent some time outside, and we had a drink at my place before I drove him back to his village, about an hour away. While we were leaving my house, he even emphasized how meticulous I was with closing all the shutters behind ourselves. I told him it was key for me to feel so good in there. I was back home at around 10 p.m. I entered my perfectly sealed house, and locked the door behind myself. While turning the key, out of the blue, sudden and intense goosebumps ran all over my scalp. I had never experienced such a feeling, and I was not even aware that the human body could get goosebumps onto the scalp. With that, came a very instinctive feeling of danger and being on my guard. I felt all of this so intensely that I was not able to not ignore it, yet I knew that my house was kept perfectly closed. So, I stayed cautious, but I walked through the entrance and came into the kitchen. Here, on the floor, was laying a rectangular plastic bag. It was small and blue on the orange floor. I was surprised. I recognized it being a plastic bag to be filled with water to make ice cubes. It had nothing to do here. I had already seen these bags earlier. Once I was looking for freezer bags to put my food, and I mistook them. I knew they were stored in a drawer at the very other side of the kitchen, and I knew we did not use them, nor anything from that drawer, with my friend earlier. This uncanny discovery confirmed my gut feeling, and I began to feel very uneasy. I sent a picture to my friend asking if he had touched or used these. He said, "No, keep me in touch." I grabbed a knife and I started walking in the living room. Usually, whenever I would feel afraid in this house, I would go on a little checkup tour in every room to reassure myself. That is what I had in mind at that moment, but this gut feeling was literally forbidding my body to do so. Instead, it walked me out of the house. I drove to my mother's place and slept there. Few days after, during a sunny afternoon, my mother and I came back and did a checkup thoroughly. Nothing was missing, nor broken, and no one was there. Everything stayed exactly as I had left it. With such evidence, I came to the conclusion it must have been my friend who, by accident, took those bags and forgot about it. Then they must have fallen on the floor while I opened the door. Or something like that. I came back in and kept living a dream in this beautiful place for another month after that. Then, something else happened. For a few days, I had been hearing unusual noises which began to scare me, so I decided it was time for a checkup. It was around 9 p.m. I began going in every room, looking under every bed. Downstairs, all clear. I walked upstairs, opened the first bedroom, and surprise, the light was on. This caused me a small flinch. I never go to these rooms upstairs and they remain closed all the time. Nevertheless, I walked towards the wardrobe, but before opening it, I get a second flinch as an unknown object is now laying on top of the furniture. I open, nobody, I close, and I look at the object. It is an elongated black fabric sheath, rather big, with a hook to carry it on a belt. A terrifying idea crosses my mind that it may be a knife sheath, but I brush it off, as I don't need my imagination to get crazy in such a situation. I finished my checkup, but despite nobody being found, I could not help but feeling weird about the sheath and the light. I went to sleep at my mother's place that night too. The day after, I checked with my friend Amy. No family member came into the house while I was away, nor they recognized this object as belonging to any of them. I dropped it at the police station, and according to them, it is likely a hunting knife sheath indeed. Then, I started thinking again at this patio's third door. It had been coming in my mind for some weeks, but I had been dismissing the idea to avoid unnecessary fear. Reflecting back at my thorough entrance checkup, it is very unlikely that I would have missed a door. As well, the locksmith had changed the lock of the door right next to this one, and even stared at it, to see how a well-functioning lock looked like. With Amy, we had first imagined that an old Airbnb tenant could have made a copy of the keys and the locks had to be changed. But more and more I was sure the person was coming in the house from the patio. Another locksmith came and looked at the third door's lock. She said, "Ah, yes indeed. The lock part screwed on the door frame, where the lock embeds itself, had been screwed off." She also checked the door leading to the garden her colleague had pointed out as easy to open. She said, "Ah yes, that's obvious. I left the house for good after that. I believe a person had their little habits in this house, using the way I shut when I arrived, and they made sure to be able to reach inside the place despite my changes. Thinking that all this time I was living my life peacefully, reasoning with myself not to be scared, that the place was safe and locked, it actually was not." I was tree planting near Smithers, British Columbia, about an hour and a half into the mountains on dirt roads. I tried my best to just forget this incident even occurred, as I simply could not find a way to rationalize what happened. I don't care who believes me or not, by the way, but what happened is this. It was almost midnight and I was trying to sleep in my tent. My tent was near a bunch of standing dead trees that would creak when the wind picked up. A very loud and distinct sound. Now on this particular night it was dead silent and still. I started to hear sticks cracking and steps being taken that slowly got closer over the course of about 15 minutes. It was loud enough I was certain there was a bear approaching my tent. It got so close that it had to be no further than 15 feet from my tent. Cracking sticks and padding around the forest floor. I decided to yell out very loudly. "Silence!" I was answered with nothing but deafening silence. No sound of the creature fleeing or doing anything at all. I sat in silence, too scared to move, trying to rationalize to no conclusion. About 20 minutes of dead silence later, I heard the eeriest, unnatural, and unexplainable noise. It was the exact same timbre and volume and just basically the same sound as the trees outside creaking. But instead of being a regular creak, it began, and then held the exact same note of creak for a full 5 seconds or even longer. It was like an unnatural drone that was obviously not a tree creaking. There was not a hint of wind or any other trees creaking as per usual. I got barely any sleep and the next day was tough, and I just had to forget about it. I didn't ever make the connection that skinwalkers are known to imitate sounds like that until a few weeks ago. This happened in July 2022. If anyone has had a similar experience or has any ideas of what this could have been, I'd love to hear. I was on duty as a park ranger at the state park near Augusta, Georgia, when I got a call from a driver who reported hitting something on the road. It was around 3 a.m., and I could hear the panic in his voice as he asked for help with filing an accident report. I did my best to calm him down and provide him with the necessary information. Later that day, the driver called back, still in disbelief. He said the damage to his vehicle was much bigger than what a deer could cause, but there was no blood, markings, or body to be found. He ruled out the possibility of it being a car or a rock, and he thought it might have been a mountain lion, although it was smaller than a full-grown deer. I consulted with my colleagues, and we were all puzzled by the incident. We were familiar with the wildlife in the area, and we had never seen any animal that could cause such damage without leaving any evidence behind. We even went out to the area to investigate, but we found nothing. The official police report listed the incident as a deer collision, and the insurance company also agreed with that assessment. However, the driver was adamant that it was not a deer. Sadly, the driver passed away 2 years later, and the mystery of what he hit on that road remained unsolved. As a park ranger, I am used to dealing with all kinds of wildlife, but this incident still puzzles me to this day. What could have caused that much damage without leaving any evidence behind? It's a mystery that may never be solved. This happened in the late 90s. I, Catherine, and my friend, Rose, met him together. My stalker was a guy Rose and I met on the bus one day coming home from my volunteer work, after school, as a candy striper, at the local hospital. We were on the bus going home laughing and talking, and this guy just randomly sits by us and starts talking. He tells us his name and we laugh, thinking he said his name was Gay. Yeah, stupid teenage girls. He corrected us and said his name was Jay. We talked a bit more and innocently gave him our names, and he asked for my number, but I said no. He was like 7 years older and kinda strange the more we talked to him. He got annoyed, but whatever, right? So we thought that was that. A few days, maybe a week later, me and the same friend run into Jay while switching buses downtown. I was going to her house like I did a few times a week, when we run into him. He asked for me to hang out and watch him play hockey that night. I said no, I was going to my friends. He got weirdly annoyed, and kept trying and begging me, telling me about how much fun it would be and trying to get me away from my friend. He really didn't want her to come to this hockey game either. Just wanted it to be us. So weird. Our bus finally came and we got out of there fast. Over the next few weeks I kept running into him downtown L. It was like he knew my schedule, and every time I tried to be nice but get away as fast as I could. And every time he would get annoyed because I wouldn't hang out. A few weeks pass and I'm at school and in walks Jay. I was so mad and frustrated and I snap on him. Why was her here and how did he know what school I went to? Did he follow me on the city bus? He tried saying that he was there to see his friends, but he wasn't with anyone. Just a 25-year-old guy wandering around a high school. After that I would randomly see him on my bus and he would always try to sit across from me and watch. He would still ask for us to hang out and I would still say no. As time went on he would still find me on the bus and sit across from me with who I guessed was his girlfriend or a girl he was trying to make me jealous with. He would look at me while making out with her. He would do everything he could to make me feel uncomfortable. I would either turn up my music and do my best to ignore him or move to another spot. Nothing ever seemed to deter him. He never did anything bad enough to call the police, but he knew it was wrong and he knew it bothered me and he knew I would have a panic attack, and I'm sure he got off on that. As the years went on, I would see less and less of him. He would randomly pop up and make me uncomfortable. He started standing really close to me and trying to talk. I would have a panic attack and do my best to ignore him. I would still walk away and he would just get more pushy. Every time I would run into him, I text my friend that was there when we first ran into him and get her to calm me down. It's now 2023, so 24-ish years since it all started, and I haven't seen him in the last maybe 8+ years, and I'm just praying that I never see him again. I'm 43, so he must be going on 50, and I'm still scared to run into him. I have thought I saw him a few times and panicked, but it wasn't him. I hope I never see him again. I'm Jason, a police officer with several years of experience in handling various cases. One day, I received a call about a massive dog roaming around a neighborhood near a cemetery, scaring people. The caller seemed quite frightened, so I knew I had to act fast. As soon as I arrived at the location, I began searching for the dog. The area was quite dark and quiet, but I could hear some strange noises coming from the cemetery. I continued my search for over an hour, but there was no sign of the dog. Just as I was about to give up, I received a tip that the dog was spotted near the cemetery. My team and I decided to search on foot to increase our chances of finding the dog. We were all on high alert, as we suspected it might be a wolf due to its massive size. As we walked around the perimeter of the cemetery, we saw a large black mass with glowing eyes. We could barely make out its features, but we knew it was big. The animal walked away slowly and disappeared, leaving behind a strange black smudge. We were all stunned and didn't know what to do next. Despite calling for more assistance and continuing our search, we were unable to find the animal. It seemed like it had vanished into thin air. I felt a sense of frustration and unease, as I wondered what kind of animal could be so elusive. Was it a wolf or something else entirely? When I was a young adult, I saw something terrifying in the countryside in Denmark. A good mate and I was about to go from his place to my place when we spotted something in the edge of a forest. It was a tall figure, about 2 meters tall or more. Long skinny arms and legs. It didn't do anything, just stared at my buddy and me for some time, and then retreated to the forest. A couple of weeks later, my sister and her boyfriend saw the same thing, not far from where I saw it. They was taking our dog for an evening walk, and suddenly it appeared about 30 meters from them. Again just staring. The dog began to whimper and flee with the tail between its legs, then they ran home and locked the doors. About a week later, we found a mutilated deer on our farm. The abdomen was torn/ripped open, and the guts were all over the place. The biggest predators we have in this part of the country is foxes and badgers, and I don't think they can attack and do that to an adult deer. Shortly after, my whole family moved. Some to another farm, others to a semi-large town. I myself is living in the town now, but I swear, sometimes I still have the feeling that I can see it in the dark. This happened 9 years ago in the early spring when I was 15 years old. I was at a friend's house in corn country about an hour north of Indianapolis. Nowadays I am very familiar with the paranormal/unexplained, having multiple shared experiences with friends, but at the time I was a major skeptic. I had not even heard of skinwalkers. I didn't fully process what we saw until years later. I came over to my friend's house to hang out like any other time. I brought my pellet gun, he had one as well, so we could shoot some moles on his farm property. After a while his brother joined us and we eventually got bored of looking for moles. There was a patch of woods about the size of 2 football fields a little over a mile away, completely surrounded by empty cornfields with no access points from the nearby road. The 3 of us decided to walk out there because why not? We were bored kids looking for fun. We put on some boots and headed out with our pellet guns. The walk wasn't super far, but it took us a while to reach the woods because all the spring rain from earlier in the week made the empty field a big mud pit. So muddy your foot disappears each step. Then right as we walked through the brush surrounding the edge of the woods we saw it. The best way I can describe this thing is it was a raccoon that was built like a Great Dane. We had seen coyotes and wolves before and this was not that. It 100% looked like the biggest raccoon we had ever seen. We could tell we caught it off guard because it was just standing there on all fours grooming itself, and then it immediately locked eyes with us when one of us pointed at it and said, "Look at that thing." There was a couple of seconds where we just looked at it as it looked back at us before it quickly turned around and scaled a 60-foot tree. We lost sight of it in the canopy. We then looked at each other and were like, WTF was that? And talked about how the way it climbed the tree was what freaked us out the most. It only took a few strides up the tree using its front 2 paws to grab a spot on the tree to lift and launch itself up the tree. The arms were freakishly long and lanky looking when it climbed. It honestly looked somewhat human the way it articulated its arms as it climbed. Like its elbows jutted out to the sides as it pulled itself up. We talked about how freaky that was some more and decided to keep looking around because even though we were spooked, it was intriguing and we wanted to see if there was any other freaky stuff around. There definitely was. The woods were littered with easily over 100 animal carcasses/bone piles. Most of them were cows, raccoons, and opossums. There was one spot, maybe 25 by 25 feet, that had at least a dozen cow carcasses ranging from just the bone left to one that looked less than a week old. They were definitely being eaten by something with huge chunks of flesh being missing. I know cows get loose all the time, but damn if this didn't look like a feeding spot. My theory is this thing was stealing cows from local farms for food. There are a couple within 5 miles. We also found a man-made small pond near the middle of the woods, couldn't have been more than 6 feet wide. There was a shovel and plastic bucket sitting next to it. Once we found that we're pretty freaked out again and decided we better head back because we had less than 2 hours of daylight left and there was a lot of thick, deep mud to slowly walk through to get back. That's pretty much it. At the time it freaked me out a bit, but looking back now, knowing what skinwalkers are, I'm just happy we came back completely unscathed. Unfortunately, I don't hang out with those guys anymore, and I tried to go back with some different friends somewhat recently, only to see that the woods had been cleared out and there was nothing there. I thought I was tripping out, but I looked on Google Earth and I could see in its place was dirt and log piles. Probably an omen to not chase this thing. I'll take it at face value. Do you guys think this was a skinwalker or just an apex raccoon? I'm a park ranger in the state of New Hampshire, and I've heard countless stories of strange sightings and unexplainable events in the forests and lakes of this area. But I always approach these stories with a skeptical mind, dismissing them as mere illusions or overactive imaginations. That is until I met a young man who shared his own encounter with me. He was 22 years old from southern Massachusetts, and he had visited his grandfather's lake house on Pine River Pond in New Hampshire with his cousins Elise and Paige when he was 16. Late one night, they decided to walk to the cabin when they came across a tall white figure that ran across the dirt road in front of them. The young man was initially scared speechless, but his cousin Elise screamed loudly in terror. Despite his logical and skeptical mind, he couldn't deny the feeling of being watched the entire night, with the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He later discovered that other people had similar sightings in the area, and he found it eerie and fascinating. He even requested screenshots of his conversation with Elise to keep as evidence of their experience. As a park ranger, I couldn't simply dismiss this story as an overactive imagination or hallucination. Instead, it sparked my curiosity and made me wonder about the mysteries and wonders of the natural world. I've since started to keep an open mind and to listen to the stories of those who have encountered strange phenomena. Who knows what other secrets and mysteries lay hidden in the forests and lakes of New Hampshire. I remember the day my cousin called me to come help pack out a buck he had killed at our deer camp, deep in the woods about 5 miles from the trailhead. I loaded up my Polaris and made my way to the trailhead, where I saw 2 men donning their packs and preparing to head in. I exchanged greetings and quickly made my way to camp. After successfully packing out the meat, we made our way back to the trailhead, where we noticed one of the men, the younger one, sitting alone on his tailgate. He approached us and struck up a conversation about the hunt, but then he asked us a strange question. He asked if we had seen an older man on our way back, explaining that his father had dementia and he had lost sight of him while hiking. I couldn't help but wonder why the son would let his father out of his sight in the first place. Nevertheless, we had a long drive ahead of us and we were physically exhausted, so we offered to contact someone when we got cell service. The man declined and we headed home. Later that night, at 10 p.m., an alert from one of our cell cameras came through. It was a picture of the missing older man, nowhere near the area where the son claimed to have lost sight of him. I immediately called the sheriff's office and was put in contact with the search and rescue team leader. They asked if I could come back up and hike in with them to the location of the camera. I felt terrible for not helping earlier, but I knew I had to do something. I loaded back up and headed back to the trailhead. It was freezing cold, but the search and rescue team had a helicopter with a thermal camera and about 20 people on the ground searching for the missing man. I was about 2 miles from the trailhead when I ran into an officer with the son and the old man. They had just found him because he had followed a creek down and ended up near the forest road. He had traveled about 18 miles and had only a phone with him, which he had put on airplane mode to save battery. It was a long day, but thankfully the man was found and reunited with his family. I couldn't help but feel guilty for not helping earlier, but I was glad I could help in some way. It's a reminder to always be vigilant and lend a helping hand when needed. My friend and I went to a holiday party about a year back, and we had an early morning meeting for a volunteer event the following day. It was around 12:01 a.m. when we decided to leave the party, but my friend realized that she forgot to buy drinks for the meeting in the morning. Not wanting her to have to wake up earlier than she had to, I offered to drive her to a nearby grocery store that happened to be open late. On the way there, we realized that it was super quiet and there wasn't any other cars around, which is pretty typical if it would have been a weekday, but it was a Saturday and usually Saturdays are busy until 3 a.m. in our city. Nonetheless, we drove on and reached the store. As we drove in, we saw a lady literally appear seemingly out of nowhere, dancing around in a very free-looking way. I don't really know how to describe her outfit other than almost pirate-like. There were pieces of cloth hanging off of her outfit. Her face was pale white with dark, but neat, eye makeup, and her hair looked like it might have been really big dreadlocks with more cloth, or maybe even feathers, tied into it. We quickly pulled into a far parking spot, well away from her, and practically sprinted into the store, and when we looked back, she was gone. Not sure if this matters, but I figured I would include the ambience of the store as well in case this is a cross-dimensional experience. The lights were dim with some flickering, and when we first walked in, there was a couple, about middle-aged, and I think the woman was pregnant if I remember correctly, whispering to, seemingly, the only employee. When they spotted us, they stopped talking and watched us walk down the juice aisle. Needless to say, my friend said she changed her mind and wanted to leave. When we first stepped out, we both happened to look to our left and saw the woman from earlier, standing still at the opposite end of the parking lot. We immediately booked it to my car, got in, and locked the doors. But, when I tried to start it, it wouldn't. I had just bought the car a couple of weeks prior from a certified dealership, and the car never had, and still never has to this day, given me issues. Luckily, after a few turns of the key, my car started and we left. In my rear view mirror, the entity danced towards my car again, but it was almost as though she was sprinting because she was moving so quick towards us. Once we made it back over the hill towards our homes, it was as though every single car that should have been on the other side of the hill appeared and the town was as busy as usual. I still have no idea who/what we saw, but I know very well that there was no way that what we experienced was natural/of this world. If anyone has opinions on what creature or entity we saw that night, please share. As much as I'm still scared of that incident, I am anxious to know what we experienced. It was a warm evening in the early 90s when my dad and his best friend headed out to a drop camp for elk hunting in Washington state. The tent had already been set up, and they were a few miles away from civilization. The tent was an A-frame with 2 separate rooms divided by tent material. They never zipped up either room to keep the air flowing, and the breeze was just right. They had been surrounded by elk on the first evening of their arrival, but the next 4 days, there was not a sight or sound of an elk. On the last night, they were lying in their cots in the back room, and it was pitch black outside. My dad woke up without knowing why and heard a scraping noise coming from the front room, as if a stick was coming through the tent's side. He could see his friend sitting up on his cot, and a backpack full of gear came flying through the curtain doors and rolled in between them. The backpack had roughly 30 to 35 pounds of gear and rolled 6 feet after hitting the floor. My father and his friend sat on their cots with arrows nocked and pointing at the curtain walls. They were both unarmed except for their bows. My father was scared and couldn't understand how he didn't hear anything. The forest was dead silent until the birds started chirping in the morning. My father never hunted in that area again. The incident had left him traumatized. The fact that something could come in undetected and throw a backpack without making any sound was unsettling. They had experienced something otherworldly and unexplainable. This is the only paranormal experience I've ever had, at least that I can remember. It was many years ago when I was 8 years old. I randomly woke up in the middle of the night, not uncommon for me, and turned over in the bed to readjust. When I did that, I opened my eyes and saw a person, or humanoid-like figure, wearing a black robe that covered over its head with a hood, and draped down to its feet. I remember seeing a string around the hood as well. When I saw this thing, I instantly knew it was real, and I knew it wasn't a random person in my house. I didn't have words to explain the feeling, but I knew I wasn't dreaming and it was not a figment of my imagination. It was way too real, and I remember the immediate fear that went through my body. The second I saw it, I grabbed my covers and yanked them over my head, went into fetal position and closed my eyes. I was terrified. I didn't know what I was seeing, why there was some random person/figure standing next to my bed. I laid there trying to calm myself down, refusing to remove the covers from over me. I felt protected under them. I eventually fell back asleep, and that was the end of it. I've never had any other experience even remotely like that. I grew up never mentioning it to anyone, thinking I'd be called crazy. Until I found this sub just now. I felt comfortable enough and wanted to share my experience and ask your guys' thoughts, opinions. So this happened to me and my mom few years ago. We were talking in the living room. It was daylight outside and the shutters were closed. There was no light turned on inside of the living room, and all the light that we could see came from the outside through the shutters. All of the sudden the atmosphere in the room became very heavy and we both stopped talking, and, I don't know why, but we both instantly looked at the windows. We could very clearly see through the shutters a silhouette of a human figure walking by, as if he or she was outside of the house. I don't know how to best describe if not by a shadow. The shadow of that person was very dark itself, like Vantablack or something. It was very, very chilling. I remember feeling very dense/heavy, like I couldn't talk or move, as it was walking by. Later, me and my mom tried to reproduce it. One of us stayed inside while the other walked by outside, just like the figure did, but it was very different from what we saw. Has this ever happened to anyone of this sub? Does anyone know what this might suggest? Sorry for any eventual grammar mistake, English is not my native language. I still remember that day vividly. I had just pulled out of work and was heading home when a black Jeep screeched up beside me. The driver was screaming obscenities at me and I had no idea what was going on. I pulled over and put my vehicle between us, just in case. The man got out of his Jeep and started screaming at me, accusing me of following him all over town and claiming that he knew I was a cop. I tried to explain that he had the wrong person, but he didn't want to listen. He kept getting closer and closer, and I could see that his pupils were dilated to an alarming degree. I was getting ready to defend myself when he suddenly stood up straight and turned away from me, walking stiffly back to his Jeep. He continued to scream at me over his shoulder as he drove away. I was shaken up by the encounter and couldn't stop thinking about how close I had come to having to use my weapon. It was a scary reminder of the dangers of my job as a park ranger. I reported the incident to my supervisor, but there wasn't much they could do without more information. I just hoped that I would never have to encounter that man again, and that no one else would have to go through what I did that day. As we sat at the four-way stop, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was dead quiet, and the only light came from the moon and our headlights. The other drivers looked just as confused as we did. My dad rolled down his window and asked if anyone knew the way to Menifee. One of the drivers pointed to the road on the right and said that it was the way. We nodded our thanks and continued on our way. As we drove down the dark road, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was as if we were the only people in the world. Then, out of nowhere, we saw something in the middle of the road up ahead. My dad slowed down, and as we got closer, we saw that it was a man lying in the middle of the road. My dad immediately stopped the car, and we got out to check on him. He was conscious, but he was clearly in pain. He told us that he had been walking home from a bar when a car hit him and drove off. We helped him to his feet and got him into the car. We took him to the nearest hospital, which was about an hour away. As we drove, The man kept muttering to himself. He said that he didn't understand why no one had stopped to help him. He said that he had been lying in the road for over an hour before we came along. My dad tried to comfort him, but I could tell that he was just as shaken up as I was. We eventually made it to the hospital, and the man was taken in for treatment. My dad and I waited in the waiting room for hours, until we finally got word that the man was going to be okay. We didn't get back on the road until the sun had come up. That night still sticks with me. It was a surreal experience, and I still can't believe that we were the only ones who stopped to help. It makes you wonder what other things go on in the world when no one is around to witness them. It was the late 60s, and I was still in high school. I had decided to take part in a road rally in the mountains north of Los Angeles, hoping for a bit of adventure. However, I quickly got lost, and the moon had already set, making it pretty dark outside. It was around midnight when I realized I didn't have a clue where I was or which direction to take. I decided to keep driving until I came across a crossroad or something that would indicate the right path. That's when I heard it, a loud roar that made my heart skip a beat. The sky on my left lit up in a flickering orange-red, and the ground started shaking. It wasn't an earthquake. I knew that from living in Los Angeles, where earthquakes are commonplace. So, I immediately thought the worst. My God, is this the end of the world? Did they nuke LA? I drove a little further, and then I saw it, the Rocketdyne test facility. They were doing rocket engine tests for the Saturn V that took Apollo to the moon landing. It was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I could feel the ground shake under my car, and the roar was deafening. The sky was aglow, and I was sure I was witnessing the end of the world. I quickly turned around and drove as fast as I could back to civilization. The next day, I learned what had happened, and I was relieved that it wasn't the end of the world. I couldn't believe how close I had come to one of the most significant moments in human history. It's funny how life can take unexpected turns. Years later, I became a park ranger, and I still think back to that night when I got lost in the mountains and stumbled across the test facility. It's a reminder that we should always expect the unexpected, and we should never take life for granted. It was late November 1994, and my husband and I decided to go hiking to Bagby Hot Springs in Oregon. The weather was chilly, and a thick layer of snow covered the ground. We were both excited to get away from the city and immerse ourselves in the tranquility of nature. As we hiked along the well-trodden trail, I noticed something peculiar: barefoot tracks in the deep snow. The tracks were quite large, about 14-16 inches long and 6-8 inches wide at the ball. What struck me as odd was the absence of any claw marks and the fact that the smaller toes seemed almost non-existent. The stride was long, and the tracks followed a generally straight line up the trail, although they occasionally crossed back over, as if the creature had doubled back. I decided not to mention the tracks to my husband, who was a skeptic when it came to anything out of the ordinary. Surprisingly, he didn't bring them up either. We continued our hike, but my curiosity about the tracks only grew stronger. As we neared the hot springs, we encountered a park ranger named Jake. I couldn't help but ask him if he had seen or heard anything unusual in the area. He was a tall, sturdy man with a weathered face that suggested he had spent years working in the wilderness. Jake looked at me thoughtfully for a moment before replying, "You know, I've heard some stories from other hikers about strange tracks in the snow. I've seen them myself a few times. Some folks think it's a prank, while others believe it might be something more mysterious, like a Bigfoot." My husband chuckled at the mention of Bigfoot, but Jake didn't seem to find it amusing. "Look, I can't say for sure what's making those tracks, but I'd advise you both to be careful out here," he warned. "The wilderness can be unpredictable, and it's best to stay alert." We thanked Jake for his advice and continued on our way to the hot springs. The rest of our hike was uneventful, but the memory of those tracks lingered in my mind. The sun was just beginning to set as I arrived at the ridge overlooking the lower Malala River. I was a cryptid investigator, and I had spent countless weekends exploring the wilderness, searching for evidence of unknown creatures. This particular weekend, I was intrigued by the recent reports of strange rapping noises coming from this area. As I set up my camp, I noticed an unsettling lack of game, especially considering it was hunting season. With my gear ready and a sense of anticipation building, I settled in for the night, listening carefully for any unusual sounds. As darkness enveloped the landscape, I suddenly heard it, a distinct rapping on a tree not too far from my campsite. Excited, I grabbed a branch and began to rap out my own patterns in response. Over the course of 15 minutes, I heard raps coming from 3 other locations, each with their unique patterns, a series of 2 raps followed by a pause and then 3 raps, transitioning from a slow to a fast beat. One of the sounds was oddly dull, as if it were made by pounding on a rotten log. Then, just as suddenly as they began, the rapping sounds ceased. I continued to rap out my own patterns throughout the rest of the weekend and into Monday, but there was no further response. On my last day in the area, I decided to explore the surrounding woods and came across a park ranger named Lori. I told her about my experience with the rapping sounds and asked if she had any insights or theories. "Well," Lori began, "I've heard those rapping noises too, and I've always wondered if it might be another hunter or a child playing around. But I've also considered the possibility that we might be communicating with an unknown species. It sounds like something straight out of Star Trek, doesn't it?" We both laughed at the comparison, but the idea of communicating with a mysterious creature was both thrilling and unnerving. As I packed up my gear and prepared to leave the ridge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and curiosity. The rapping sounds remained unexplained, and the thought of an unknown predator lurking in the woods continued to haunt my imagination. As I drove away from the lower Malala River, I promised myself that I would return someday, hoping to unravel the mystery behind the rapping sounds and uncover the truth about the enigmatic creatures that may dwell within the depths of the forest. My grandfather told me the story about the eerie incident that made him quit being a ranger. My grandfather used to work to be a park ranger in Uganda and had many stories to tell us about misbehaving teenagers who thought it was funny to stay illegally in the park overnight, white supremacist tourists who think they could hunt any time, and even indigenous people who believe the land belonged to them. But this time, he told me the story why he resigned from being a ranger, as he thought it was old enough to hear this creepy story, and after hearing it, I'm thankful for him quitting, or else I probably wouldn't be here today. One day, he and his coworker, we'll call him Sam, went out to patrol at night. As they were walking, they saw a very high unusual amount of snake activity everywhere. Ignoring it, they continued on their job, and they had heard multiple trumpets of elephants and saw many zebras running in no particular direction, just away from the place that he and his coworker were going deeper into the depths of the forest. They assumed that it was somebody, possibly teenagers, causing trouble. This made them cautious and alert for danger. They continued going deeper in with their rifles loaded and lamps in front of them. Then, they saw a blue shimmery light glowing in the shape of a circle in the forest. It looked to be like a portal. My grandfather had advised his coworker to examine it. As Sam leaned in to touch it, he was immediately sucked in like a vacuum. Now, I'm not relating Derek to trash, but who touches a portal? After waiting a few moments for Derek to come out, but as expected, he didn't. My grandfather ran away from the portal and towards the cabin of rangers. There, he shared this unnatural incident with the rest of the rangers who slept there. They collectively decided to go check it out the next morning. The next morning, they went to the same place when my grandfather saw the portal. There was no portal and no sign of Derek either. His co-workers then did not believe him and said that Derek must have slipped drugs and hallucinated the whole thing. My grandfather resigned after that. He did not want to see more supernatural incidents happening and also did not want to die. And there was a huge cover-up that happened with Derek and him disappearing. Is he still alive in some alternate universe? Did he turn into something like a ghost? Is he dead? Nobody knows. It was an early morning in September as I walked through the dense forest, about a quarter-mile off Wildcat Mountain Road. I was on a mission to track the movement of an elk herd that returned to this area every 7 days to feed. The sun had just begun to peek through the trees, casting a golden glow on the forest floor. I had been hiking for a while when I met a seasoned hunter named Joe. He was also tracking the elk and had been doing so for years. We decided to team up and continue our observation together. As we moved deeper into the woods, Joe shared fascinating stories about his experiences as a hunter and his encounters with various wildlife. Suddenly, from the next canyon over, we heard a high-pitched whistle that pierced the stillness of the morning air. The sound was incredibly loud and lasted for about 20 seconds. Joe, being very familiar with the sounds of the forest, was puzzled by this whistle. He assured me that it was neither an elk nor a cat. The peculiar whistle set off a frenzy of barking from dogs at nearby homes, which continued for about 5 minutes. Joe and I exchanged worried glances before deciding to cautiously investigate the source of the strange sound. As we approached the next canyon, we stumbled upon something we never expected to see, a large, hairy creature standing on 2 legs, its eyes fixed on us. We were both frozen in shock, unable to move or speak. The creature appeared to be a Sasquatch, a legendary being that had been the subject of countless tales and rumors but never proven to exist. The Sasquatch seemed just as surprised to see us, and it let out another high-pitched whistle before disappearing into the dense forest. Joe and I stared at each other in disbelief, our hearts pounding in our chests. We knew that we had just witnessed something extraordinary, something that would change the way we viewed the world and the creatures that inhabited it. The encounter with the Sasquatch overshadowed our original mission to observe the elk herd, and we spent the rest of the day discussing our experience and pondering the existence of this mysterious creature. As we parted ways, Joe and I agreed to keep our encounter a secret, knowing that most people would dismiss our story as a fabrication or an exaggeration. But deep in our hearts, we knew the truth. We had come face to face with a legend, a creature that had eluded mankind for centuries. And although our encounter was brief, it would remain etched in our memories for the rest of our lives. On August 1, 1987, I, Officer Torgan, responded to a call about a possible drunk driver. When I arrived at the scene, a white male in his early 20s took off running. The incident occurred around 1 a.m. along Highway 44 near Ellington, Missouri. I requested backup and began searching the area, but I couldn't find any footprints or tire tracks that the suspect might have left behind. I remember thinking, this is one of the strangest things I've ever put in a report. I returned to my patrol vehicle when suddenly I heard a high-pitched humming sound. To my shock, a large humanoid creature with an extremely fit and strong build stood before me. Its eyes were a deep, piercing black, resembling the pupilless appearance of a shark. The creature's arms hung down, giving it an ape-like look, while its head was humanoid in shape. The nose was pushed flat against its face with a heavy brow, perhaps from a fall during its lifetime. Its wide mouth was filled with numerous tiny, razor-sharp teeth. Long strands of stringy hair hung from the back of its head, reaching midway down its back. I observed that the creature seemed to have been living in the woods, as its skin was dirty, matted, and gray. It stood about 8 feet tall and had very wide shoulders, maybe twice the width of a human's. I was so frightened by the sight that I didn't even think to pursue it. Instead, I simply got back into my patrol car, returned to the station, and filled out a report which I never intended to release, at least publicly. I described the creature as one of the strangest things I've ever put in a report. When it stood before me, it looked like something right out of a horror movie. I know for certain that I saw something very unusual on the night of July 26th while driving home from work. I hadn't been drinking and was completely sober. I also don't drink caffeine or take any type of stimulant or depressant drugs. When my wife saw the tracks, she initially thought they were left by a bear, but we later learned there were no bears in the area. In our front yard, we have a large maple tree with low-hanging branches. The creature I saw at the window was definitely not a bear. It stood on two legs, very unlike how a bear stands, and reached with its arms as if to touch me. It was only about 5 feet away from the window when we made full eye contact. The experience was terrifying. I don't know for sure what I saw, and my wife is just as certain that she saw it too. I've never seen any type of creature resembling that thing before in my life, and I hope to never see one again. Clearly, I'm not alone in this experience, as others like Officer Torjan have shared similar stories. There are things out there that defy the world we live in. Maybe shows like X-Files and Twilight Zone had it right. It was a bright morning as I walked through the forest, enjoying the fresh air and the beauty of nature. I had just started working as an assistant to Park Ranger Susan, who was a seasoned veteran with years of experience in the field. She had a keen eye for spotting unusual wildlife and was eager to teach me everything she knew. As we reached the area east of the junction of Highway 211 and Unger Road, Susan suddenly stopped in her tracks and pointed to something up ahead. Squinting my eyes, I saw a large, black-brown creature crossing the path from left to right. It was very hairy, and the top of its head appeared to be rounded rather than pointed. I was astonished, as I had never seen anything like it before. The creature stopped, spun around, and looked directly at us. Its gaze was intense, and we couldn't help but feel a shiver down our spines. I could tell that Lori was just as surprised as I was, and we were both eager to investigate further. We cautiously followed the creature about 30 feet into the forest. However, the dense foliage and our growing unease made us increasingly anxious, and we decided to return to the safety of our vehicle. As we made our way back, Susan shared stories of previous hoax cases involving a so-called dogman that would run away, jump into a car, and take off laughing. However, there was no side road at this site, which made our encounter all the more puzzling. Back at the car, Susan and I discussed the strange creature we had seen. Neither of us could identify it, and we were left with more questions than answers. Was it a new, unknown species, or perhaps a misidentified known animal? Or maybe it was something even more mysterious, a creature that defied explanation. Our encounter with the unknown creature sparked a newfound curiosity and sense of wonder within me. Working alongside Park Ranger Susan, I knew that I would have many more opportunities to explore the mysteries of the forest and the incredible creatures that call it home. This happened to my mom, back in the late 70s. First of all, we live in an area in the south that is known for beautiful lakes, rivers, ponds and woods. Due to the beautiful bodies of water and wooded areas, we have state parks, city parks, etc. and many of them near the water. There is a state park in our area, which was established in the 60s. This park is located on a river and it is down a long dirt road through the woods. There are no houses nearby. The park is a huge grassy area facing the river, with rustic-looking picnic tables, big oak trees and a rustic building with bathrooms. When my mom was young, the State Park Service had some type program where teenagers could work for the summer. She was happy to get in the program and make some money. Jobs were not plentiful in our area. Her job for the summer was to be the lifeguard at this particular state park. She loved the river, so she was happy. On weekends, the park was full. On weekdays, many times, no one came down there, and when anyone did show up, it might be like one family, possibly two. So, this was a weekday. It was morning and no one was at the park except my mom. The lifeguard chair was not like most, It was handmade rough wood, to keep up with the rustic design of the park, and it was not up very high. This is relevant, since no one had shown up at the park. My mom settled in her rustic uncomfortable lifeguard chair with a good book. Some guy seemed to show up out of nowhere. She looked up from her book and he was just kind of there. He was wearing dirty jeans and no shirt and looked generally unkempt, but in our area, that look was not necessarily unusual. She asked could she help him, and he asked her if he could skinny dip in the river. She thought he was just joking around, and of course, she told him no. She was feeling a little creeped out, because no one was there except her and him, but the rangers usually rode down every couple of hours and circled through the park, so she knew they were subject to show up at any time. Anyway, after telling this guy he could not skinny dip, he stripped down to his boxer shorts and dove into the water. My mom was more than a little freaked out at this point. She was and is a tiny person, at the time 5'2" and 115 pounds. Well, while she is looking around nervously hoping a ranger, or anyone will come driving up, the guy gets out of the water. Of course, being wet and wearing only boxers, my mom could see everything he had. He walks up to the lifeguard chair and asks my mom if she wants to go out in the woods and have sex with him. She is really scared now and she said no and asked him to leave. I don't remember exactly how he said it, but he reaches up, remember, the chair is not very high, and puts his hand on her leg and basically lets her know he would and could force her. She looked around and as luck would have it, she saw one of the rangers driving up. She jumped out of the lifeguard chair and ran toward the road and toward the ranger. The guy disappeared. The rangers looked for him and never could find him. For the rest of the summer, the rangers patrolled a lot more and my mother never saw the creepy guy again. She said it was one of the scariest moments she ever had. I now live in southeastern Pennsylvania, which was the hotspot of a UFO flap in 2008. Just a few miles away from my current residence, we had one of the greatest UFO encounters. However, I will leave that for another day. In the early 60s, the small suburb of San Juan outside the city of Manila was visited by several UFO sightings, and later what is now referred to as Mothman. I was born and raised in that little suburban town about 3 miles from where these series of sightings took place. When I was about a year and a half old, my parents moved to a townhouse apartment in the small hamlet of Little Baguio near San Juan. It's a picturesque Spanish-type suburb with stucco houses with red tile roofs inhabited by the well-to-do, with tended gardens. In between these homes, ranch-style and townhouse-type apartments were randomly scattered. It was in one of these apartments where the haunting of my father started. As my mother and uncle faithfully recounted, my father would retire to his study as a writer of books and poems to sit at his typewriter in the fading twilight after dinner. Outside his den, a creek could be seen running the length of the house through a huge jalousied window. One evening, according to their recollection, a distinct hum could be heard. As my father paused from his typing, he glanced out the fading light of the twilight to behold a 9-foot being standing with a black cape in the shadow of a large tree perched at the edge of the creek. The creature was jet black, with the cape glinting in the starlight like leather. As my father backed away from his desk to observe the creature, he noticed a face take form with red eyes and a mask of menace. The creature had horns like a goat and long face that exuded deep horror. My uncles who were close to my father recalls the night my father had ran from the room in fear. He had believed he was hallucinating the events, only to find the creature hanging one night like a bat from the breadth of the expansive den window. It was looking down at him in menace. As they ran to the room, they were overcome by a sense of foreboding and sadness. Upon arrival, the creature had already disappeared, to be replaced by a full moon and the sound of the water in the creek. One night, several months later, my father refused to sleep, fearful the creature would enter his dreams. My mother set up vigil with a live-in servant, a young woman who believed the creature was a demon. As my father finally slept with my mother sipping tea in the next room, A yell ensued from the maid who had entered my father's den to check on a scratching noise. As my mother rushed into the room, she finally sighted the creature. It hung, bat wings spread, the breadth of the window, which was about 10 to 12 feet in length, glaring pointedly at my mother as she approached. Fearful but determined to confront the creature which haunted her husband, she reached for a cross on the opposite wall and charged the window with it, praying the Our Father as she approached. In the darkness, the creature folded into itself, cloak and all, into the ground under the window and disappeared. The local priest was consulted and blessings were attempted on the apartment and on my father. However, oppressed by the continuous haunting, my father finally committed as a means of escape. That same night, my mother tucked my belongings with me and fled, never returning to the apartment. The creature followed us to my grandmother's house, where a priest held mass and blessed the house and all of us. At some point, the sightings of the creature finally stopped. It was only my mother and the maid who saw it, but other ghosts continued to haunt the town, a scene of much bloodshed in World War II when the Japanese invaded the town. That was my first encounter with the unknown. I had always been fascinated by the stories my Native American friend, Tall Bear, would share with me about the legends and myths of his people. As a lover of the outdoors, I would often join him on his expeditions into the wilderness, seeking adventure and learning about the ancient traditions and beliefs of his tribe. One day, Tall Bear invited me to accompany him to a remote area of the forest where he had discovered something unusual. He had found a 25-30 foot section of barbed wire fence knocked down, and one of the goats from a nearby farm was missing. Intrigued, I agreed to join him in investigating the strange occurrence. As we made our way through the dense forest, Tall Bear shared with me some of the eerie stories of unknown creatures that were said to roam the land, creatures that defied explanation and were deeply rooted in his people's folklore. Upon reaching the site, we found the goat lying on the ground with a broken neck, its bowels missing, and its tongue sticking out. The sight was gruesome, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread wash over me. Tall Bear, however, remained stoic, carefully examining the area for any clues as to what could have caused such a horrifying scene. The next day, we returned to the site to continue our investigation, only to find the goat's lifeless body hanging over a low tree limb. As we carefully inspected the surrounding area, we discovered enormous 16-inch tracks leading away from the scene. The tracks were unlike anything we had ever seen before, and we couldn't help but wonder if we had stumbled upon evidence of one of the unknown creatures from Tall Bear's stories. Determined to learn more, we decided to follow the tracks deeper into the forest. As we ventured further, the air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over us. We couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by something unseen, something lurking just beyond our line of sight. Despite our growing fear, we pressed on, driven by our curiosity and the hope of discovering the truth behind the mysterious tracks and the fate of the unfortunate goat. As we delved deeper into the heart of the forest, I couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the ancient stories and wisdom of Tall Bear's people. The unknown species we were tracking may have been the stuff of legends, but our pursuit of it was as real as the ground beneath our feet. Whatever we would find at the end of the trail, I knew that our journey together had brought us closer to the mysteries of the natural world and the secrets of Tall Bear's ancestors. And in that moment, as we stepped further into the unknown, I felt a profound connection to the land, its creatures, and the rich tapestry of stories that had shaped the lives of generations before us. I was jarred back to memories of when I was growing up in New York. I must have been 12 to 14 years of age, having several reoccurring instances that I took for vivid dreams. The dreams include several periods of paralysis that would always end with my choking for air and on most occasions vomiting. In these states I would be asleep in my bed facing up. I would open my eyes and find that I was drawn to one particular section of my ceiling and I couldn't take my eyes off the area. I would feel the room expand. I may have a better word for this later, but expansion was definitely one of the senses I was having. I would then begin to rise straight up parallel to the ceiling and go through what would be an ever-expanding blackness. I can remember seeing myself even though I was still face up. It was like having a vision of myself instead of actual sight. I would then proceed to feel cold, very cold, and eventually there would be stars. After seeing the stars, everything would eventually go black, and the next vision I would have would be of myself on top of a large orb. It was as if I was one with it or molded with it, because it seemed that my body was flush with its surface. I want to say it was silver, but it may be that my mind just saw it as a huge BB. I am in a massive chamber that went on and on forever, no light, no things to gauge distance. At this point the same things would always happen. I would start to move away from myself. My vision of this always had me seeing myself from over my left shoulder. As I moved further away from the place of the B&B's dock, I would begin to fade, disappear, and the choking would begin. At first it was just hard to breathe, then I would be very aware of what was happening to my body that was left behind in my bed, and that is when the puking would begin. The more faded I became, the worse the choking would get, and eventually I would wind up back in my room with a rushing of great speed. These events happened to me infrequently at first, but then began to escalate. My feelings were that whatever was doing this no longer cared about whether or not I believed it to be a dream or not. It didn't help that I didn't have a family member that would listen to me, as they never experienced anything. When this happened, the home always seemed empty or totally devoid of life other than my own. This thing happened to me for what seemed like years. During those years I went through a lot of behavioral issues: violence, bedwetting, dissociation of family. I was then confronted with the faceless women. The same events would happen, but instead of going off to the void all the time, I would be brought to a huge chamber. Again, very black, no light, at least none that could be explained or truly seen. In this chamber I would be in a circle of about 15 to 20 apparently mature women. They were spread out about arm's length apart, and I would float in the middle of the circle and be asked to choose my mother. I would look around at all of them, and they were all very similar. As I would try to see them better, I would either move closer to the one I thought was my mother or just concentrate on the face. When I looked at their faces, they were always missing, gone, or blurred like an old black and white TV screen. It was impossible to choose, and when I did, I would always begin gasping and choking and would be told to pick again. This would go on and on without ever having an answer or an end. I'm not quite sure at what stage of my life this finally ended, but as I get older it gets easier for me to remember these details. My story takes place in the fall of 1978. I was 12 years old, and myself and 3 other kids were walking along a trail along a bean field near our old childhood woods. The woods surround this bean field, and we had our heads down looking on the trail, looking for used shotgun shells and such. We used to collect them as kids, so we weren't paying attention to what our surroundings were. All of a sudden, one of the kids went running by me screaming and yelling, taking off in the opposite direction. I had my back turned to whatever he was running from. I turned around and the other 2 kids went running by me yelling, "Run! Run! Run!" And I looked up, and about 25 to 30 feet away from me was this headless figure standing there. I froze. I was for like 5 seconds, I was staring at this thing. And I got a good look at it, and the first thing I noticed was that it was wearing one of those shoulder bullet belts, like from the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Nuri says, "You mean, like the banditos used to wear?" Yeah, right. And I didn't see a weapon or anything, and, obviously, it had no head. And it looked like it was wearing some type of uniform. It was an old Civil War type uniform. It had black boots up to its knees. I stood there for a second before I took off. I was just in shock, and this figure slowly raised its arm and it pointed its finger at me. And I got a good look at its hand, and it was pale white like it was dipped in flour. I can remember it like it was yesterday. and I took off running finally and ran into the woods where this other kid was hiding, and we watched as this figure walked alongside the bean field where we were standing, and it went off across the trail into the other side of the woods and it disappeared. A husband and wife taking a scenic drive through the Ligonier Valley saw something very strange and unexpected on the afternoon of November 23, 2015. At about 2 p.m., they were traveling on a rural road about 2 miles from Ligonier. The driver of the car noticed some movement in some bushes on the right side of the road. Suddenly an animal exited the bushes and began to trot from right to left in front of the vehicle. The driver stopped about 10 to 20 feet from the animal to obtain a better look. The couple was startled by what they were seeing. This was no ordinary animal, as they could see the outline of the shape of the animal, but it was not solid and there was no color or fur observed. The husband, as soon as he saw the creature, thought that it was somewhat like a fox but could not be sure since no physical features could be seen. His wife also agreed that it was a 4-legged creature similar to a fox. The body of the animal was estimated to be about 18 inches to 24 inches long and had a tail that was about 1/4 or half the length of the body. The animal was a lot smaller than a deer. The husband told me that the creature had a smoky veil shape. His wife, however, got a better and longer look at the animal as it entered the road and trotted in front of the car. She told me that she could see through it, and that there was a specific area within the body shape that was like an energy pattern. It was like a smoky heat wave. They watched as the animal continued to cross the road and entered some brush on the left side of the road and was not seen again. The couple didn't hear any sound or notice any smell during the 4 to 5 seconds observation. Let me begin by saying that I am currently on mobile and this may or may not end up in a confusing format. Another important thing I should add is that my parents still, to this day, do not know about the events that are about to unfold, and only 3 people know the very brief summary of this story. Congratulations on being the first to know. At the beginning of my 5th grade year, I was 10 years old. I lived in the north suburbs of a major city in the US, and it was a generally peaceful and quiet town. Not much happened in my neighborhood and there were plenty of kids, but I had always been a bit of a paranoid kid and my parents wanted to keep me on a short leash. That being said, I always had a cell phone and a walkie-talkie on me at all times. Cell phone to help contact anyone by any means, and a walkie-talkie to contact my parents very, very quickly. Early September, circa 2007, I was always riding my bike through my neighborhood and on a bike path that wound around a forest and through a park near my house. Off of this path, there was a cute little creek that, on this particular day, I decided to stop and watch. I threw some rocks in and listened to the noise it made and watched the wildlife. It hadn't been more than 10 minutes when a middle-aged Mexican man had rode up on his bike and attempted to strike up a conversation with me. "Hey, what are you up to?" he asked in a very thick accent. I was a very awkward and shy little thing. I was always very cautious of interaction and I was far too naive to understand what was going on at this point. I thought that maybe this guy was a ranger and I was about to get in trouble for disturbing the wildlife, so I very awkwardly responded, "Oh, I'm just throwing rocks in. I love watching the ripples." And he nodded his head and we stood in silence for about a minute. Now the alarms in my head start going off. If he was a ranger or any authority figure, a head nod shouldn't have been a response or something along those lines. He motioned his hand in the direction of the forest, began to mount his bike, and in his thick accent said, "Follow me." I wasn't dumb and my heart was pounding. I quickly pulled out my cell phone and pretended to read a text from my parents and said that I had to go home. He insisted I go with him and tried to prevent me from leaving, but I pedaled away down the bike path. As stated before, I was no dummy. Knowing fairly well, I knew this creep could easily follow me home. I didn't go to my house. This particular path ran east and west and ended about 1 block east and was right between 2 houses. The very last house on this path on the north side belonged to my best friend at the time, Damaris. I rode the path to her house and hurriedly knocked on her door. I didn't have the heart to tell her what was going on, so I told her I was out and just wanted to play. She was letting me inside when I looked back out and noticed the same man in a truck cruise by, smiling and waving. It shook me up quite a bit, but I figured that, since this wasn't my house, he'd never see me again. Damaris' house had a glass storm door on the outside of the actual door, so they'd leave the actual door open, but leave the storm door shut so no one could get in, but we could still see out. Imagine our surprise when, not even an hour later, the same man with the same truck cruised by slowly again, but this time, with a buddy, another middle-aged Mexican man. They both smiled, but the original man was pointing me out to his buddy. I was really panicking at this point, but kept my cool as to not freak out Damaris and her family. That night, I had stayed over at her house past dark, so my parents would have no choice but drive to pick me up instead of ride home alone. Things returned to normal for about a week. I hadn't seen that man or that truck at all, and I don't think he ever did see my real house. But when school started the next Monday, things got weird. I was at my bus stop before anyone else because I was a punctual little shit. There it was. The same truck came rolling by. The same tan-colored, rusty, ugly pickup truck with the same man. I began to panic, but I was completely unsure of what to do. I just kind of paced and backed further and further away from that side of the street. As he neared the stop sign, I could tell he wasn't paying attention to me. I don't know if he was ignoring me or just didn't recognize me or what, but he wasn't paying attention to me. The windows in his truck were down and I could smell the inside. It was disgusting. There are no words to describe the putrid odor that leaked through those windows and spilled for 20 yards to my nostrils. I noticed that inside, he was doing something strange with his hands. It was a strange juggling motion with his hand, and there was a very strange white liquid being sprayed around in the front seat, but he ignored me, and that's all that mattered to me at that point. I was safe, and that's how things carried on for about 2 months after that incident. Near the end of this man's strange daily drive-by rituals, I remember saying something vague to a teacher about it, and I had been asked a few questions and then left alone about it. The next week, as suddenly as it had began, the drive-bys stopped. I was absolutely relieved and happy that I didn't have to see this man ever again, but there was something uneasy about the way everything seemed to stop. It wasn't until I was about 14 or 15 that I had learned what it was that he was doing in his car every morning. He had been masturbating every time he had passed me. I don't know whatever became of that man, nor do I care. I am led to believe that he was found out and locked up in jail for the rest of his life, and I certainly do hope that is the case. Whatever it is that happened to him, I hope it was awful. Okay, so back in 2008, when I lived in Kentucky, we went for a weekend up at a campground about 2 hours from our house. Twin Knobs was my favorite place to go all through childhood. It had a little beach set up right at the lake where a good portion of the visible water was buoyed for swimmers. This particular time, my cousin Anna had come along with us. We were swimming out to the border when we spotted this old man. Not thinking anything of it, we continued to wait around. I looked back and saw the old man swimming under the boundary line, then popping back up to laugh like a lunatic. I gave my cousin the look and we made our way back to shore as unnoticeable as possible. I looked behind me to see the freak with his mouth underwater, following us insanely close. I yelped and we made a mad dash to my mom on the shore. We ran over to tell the lifeguard. He was about 18 or so and looked almost hungover. We pointed out the guy, who was still in the water, and he told us he couldn't do anything about it because he hadn't seen him. Just then, the guy came out of the water in a Speedo and laid down on the sand. The lifeguard laughed and said, "Old coot thinks he's hot." We rolled our eyes and went back to my mom, carefully avoiding the sight of the freak. We got lunch and then walked up the hill to leave. Just as we got to the car, Anna looked over and saw the old guy on the ground, naked. He was sticking his hand under a car tire. He got up and did this about 3 more times to different cars until he came back up with a key. My mom was on the phone with 911 while we all hid behind a random SUV. He unlocked the car and sat inside. It was a silver Volvo with a sorority sticker on the back. He got out of the car with a camera and took pictures of people's license plates, including ours. He got back in and sped away, out of the parking lot. We had to stay an extra 2 hours at the ranger station so my mom could help fill out the police report. And that concludes my experience with a lunatic. This was last year. I was living with my grandmother at the time. We had no neighbor to the left because we were at the end of a street, but on the right was a man named Rick. Rick always gave me bad vibes. He would do weird shit like sing really loudly. So loudly we could clearly hear it into our house. He also had about 10 pit bulls in his garage, which was weird in itself, but not once did I see him take even one on a walk. Poor dogs. This is the thing that got to me the most. One of my friends that had moved to Long Beach kind of along with me came over to chill one day. She parks her car and I run out to greet her because I'm annoying like that, and she sees Rick loading something into his car and she goes, "Oh my god, I know him. That's the creepy guy who hit on me and insert friend's name here, while we were walking out of a store." Apparently he has told them that he had just moved to the area and needed cute girls to hang out with. That bugged me because Rick had lived in that house for at least 5 years. I confronted him about it one day and he was just super creepy about it, so I walked away and sort of let it be. I moved away eventually, but just a few weeks ago I was browsing the internet when I found an article about the guy who played the Red Power Ranger murdering his roommate. At the bottom of the article showed a picture of the man, and what do you know? Creepy ass Rick's face. A couple of years ago, I decided to take my large dog, a 175-pound Rottweiler Mastiff, for a walk at a nearby state park. The park had many trails, but I chose the less traveled ones to avoid frequent interruptions from curious people wanting to pet my dog or ask questions. We walked across the top of the dam and through the woods, crossing a large valley and entering another set of woods. We didn't encounter any other walkers along the way. In the second set of woods, the trail was narrow, and I walked behind my dog. The trees were dense, and the vegetation along the edges of the trail reached my shoulders. As we approached a birdwatching stand, my dog suddenly stopped, growling and baring his teeth. He became increasingly agitated, looking like a scene from Cujo. I couldn't see anything that could have triggered his reaction. After calming him down, I managed to drag him to the edge of the woods. As I stood there catching my breath, I spotted a man dressed in black creeping out of the woods. Feeling alarmed, I reported him to the ranger service. They caught him shortly after, hiding in the woods with a hunting knife and duct tape. I went to high school in the early 2000s, specifically 2003 to 2007. I was in band, choir and theater, so I was not popular by any means. I had a fair amount of friends, and high school was fun for the most part. I live in a small coastal town of Mississippi, so it's important to know that everyone pretty much knows everyone else. Enough of that though, let's get to the actual story. Living in South Ems, everyone pretty much knows everyone. I wasn't popular in high school, but I had a fair amount of friends. I had this weird way of attracting the oddest of people at school. I'm not talking about those that were goth or emo, but those that were genuinely weird. You know what I'm talking about, those people that were on the creepy side. I didn't think much of it because in my young high school mind they were just misunderstood. This one guy that I met at school, let's call him Chip, was more of a creep than I thought. He would follow me around the school talking to me about random things. He was into the card game Magic, and would try to explain it to me in great detail to my disliking. I would politely tell him that I was not interested, and walk into my class. He made it a point to wait for me after each class and walk with me everywhere. He was a loner and I was starting to figure out why. I figured that he talked to me because I didn't tell him to screw off. My friends would give me grief about him, and say that he was stalking me. I would laugh it off and say he was just a weird guy that didn't know better. To give a little backstory to this, I was pretty awkward looking in my freshman and part of my sophomore years of high school. I'm tall, 5'9" to be exact, and during that time I was having growth spurts. I was super skinny and had boobs way too big for my tiny frame. I had not grown into myself just yet. Okay, back to the story. He would tell me every day that I was the most beautiful person he had ever seen and wanted to be with me. I wasn't allowed to date at the time, so I would tell him that my parents weren't allowing me to date just yet. He told me that he would wait for me and that we would be together one day. I just brushed it off like I always did, not thinking anything of it. Fast forward to my junior year of high school. I had finally filled out. I'm still slender, but I was finally getting some curves and my breasts looked much more proportional. I was driving home from school with my little sister in the truck with me. I had a red 1997 Ford Ranger XLT. I was turning off the road that my school was on and there was an old Chevy that was following me. I didn't think much of it at the time because several of my classmates lived close to me. There were a couple of main roads in my hometown. Highway 90, which is the beach highway, and Railroad. They run parallel to each other. We were driving down Railroad to our street and the old Chevy truck was getting closer to us. It freaked my sister out, but I assured her that it wasn't anything to worry about. We pulled onto our street and then to our driveway and the truck passed us. My sister and I shook it off and walked inside. A few days later we were pulling into our driveway after school and Chip was sitting on our front doorstep. He smiled at us and waved to me. My mom works in the morning as a weekday preschool teacher, so she was already home. I nodded at him and rushed my sister inside through the side door. My sister was in the 7th grade at the time. My mom just looked at me with this stern look and asked me why he was sitting on our front doorstep. I told her about him following me around at school and talking to me because he doesn't have any friends. She told me that he is not allowed to come back to the house and that I needed to ask him to leave. I told her that I would and I walked outside. I told him that he would need to leave and that my mom said that he wasn't allowed to come back to my house. He smiled and said okay and walked away. I got a really creepy feeling about him from then on out. As usual, he would follow me around school every day. My senior year came and I got a job at the same preschool my mom works at. I was at work one day when I looked out my classroom window and I noticed the old Chevy truck parked in the parking lot by my truck. I got that same sick feeling that I got that day I told Chip to leave. I shook it off because I had a classroom full of kids. A few days later there was a knock on my classroom door. Now the way that the preschool was set up was in trailers with a large outside deck connecting each classroom. This was right after Hurricane Katrina and the old building was destroyed in the hurricane. My mom and the director were standing outside looking upset. I asked them what was wrong and my mom said that Chip was here looking for me. They found someone to cover for me and I stepped outside on the deck where he was standing. He approached me like he was going to give me a hug. I backed up and put my hands out in front of me. He stopped and looked hurt. "I've been waiting for you," he said. I asked him for what. He told me that I am more than old enough to start dating and he felt that it was time that we start dating. I told him that he was crazy and that I would not date him. I gave this super long pissed off monologue that I won't bore you with. Basically I told him in so many words to screw off and don't come near me again. He pleaded with me and then got angry when I didn't apologize to him. I stood my ground and he finally left. That was a huge mistake. I broke down and cried. I was crying so hard that I didn't realize that I had literally hit the deck. My mom took me into the office building and called the police. I relayed the conversation to them when they arrived and they took me to the station to give a formal statement and to have a restraining order put against him. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A few years later I have since graduated from high school and junior college. I was starting my first year at a 4-year university. I was also working for an HVAC company as the office manager. Our office was in a modular home. My office was to the left of the door and there was a window in front of me letting me see who would walk into the door. The restraining order had been lifted because it was only for a couple of years. I was hoping that he had gotten the message and would leave me alone. I was in the office and I heard the door open. I was working on something in QuickBooks and politely said, "I'll be with you in a moment." I finished what I was doing and looked up. I felt the blood drain from my face. It was Chip. I stared at him in horror. My boss had a shotgun in my office in case someone tried to break in and harm me when I was alone. I happened to be alone at the time. I also had my boss's Belgian Malinois Sam with me as well. Sam would greet me every morning and would stay by my side all day. He was 2 at the time. He sat up and growled at Chip and got closer to me. I asked him what he wanted. He stood in the small foyer and smiled. "I'm still waiting for you." He turned around and walked out. Sam barked at him and whined when the door slammed shut. I called my boss and told him what happened. He rushed back to the office and made sure I was okay. I told him that I was and was thankful that Sam was with me. At the time I was living with my boyfriend, now husband, and told him what happened. My boss told me that I could have Sam as my dog as long as I brought him to work with me every day. I thanked him because Sam had become really attached to me. I brought Sam home with me and still have him to this day. My boss's other dog had puppies. She was a pit bull and my boss gave me one of her puppies. We named him Breezy and he and Sam are best friends. I left the company after I was offered a job in the town I live in now. My boss told me that Sam was mine to keep and I was grateful for that. Fast forward a year. That last bit was in 2012-2013. My boyfriend and I are now married. The wedding was beautiful and we have been happily married. I'm still at the job that I left my previous job for. I was leaving work one evening. It was early December 2014, so it was dark out when I left. My boss knew my former boss and lets me bring Sam with me to work. It's a small office that does exotic car repair. I was in the office by myself most of the time, but the garage was connected to the office. As I was leaving, Sam stopped and started barking and growling at something in the shadows by the office building. That was the last thing I remember. I woke up in the middle of an abandoned park. It used to be a popular park where families would bring their kids to play on the swing sets. It was privately owned and the man who owned it died, so it became abandoned. I couldn't tell where I was because it was so dark. I couldn't find my phone or purse. I saw something moving in the distance. I realized that I was tied to the old swing set pole. The figure got closer and I could see who it was. It was Chip. I screamed, but he rushed over and covered my mouth with his hands. I stared at him in horror. "I waited for you," he said. My eyes got wide. "I waited and waited and waited, but you never came to me. That upsets me." By this time he had let my mouth go and had turned his back to me. I wriggled my hands a bit to see if I could get free. I couldn't get my hands free, but I noticed that the pole wiggled. He still had his back turned to me and was talking nonsense. I don't remember what he said because that's when my adrenaline kicked in. I had been taking kickboxing classes for some time now. I started the classes to get in shape for the wedding and I loved it, so I continued. I looked behind me and noticed that the pole that I was tied to was really short. I pulled it out of the ground quite easily and adjusted myself to bring my hands in front of me. I quietly stood up and approached him. I swung my arms and heard the pole connect with his head. He hit the ground with a thud. He was a large man but not very muscular. I ran to where I knew the road was and found his truck parked on the side of the road. I looked in and saw my purse and things on the passenger side. I found an old pocket knife on the driver's seat and cut myself free. He was an idiot and had left the keys in the truck. I thanked God for that. I started the truck and peeled away. I went straight to the police station and told them what happened. They took my report and I called my husband to come get me. He came with my parents and we hugged and cried for a long time. I asked them where Sam was and if he was okay. Apparently when I blacked out, Sam attacked the guy and he beat him pretty badly. My boss found him and had called my husband after he couldn't find me. They had taken Sam to the local vet. He was badly hurt but survived. The police went to the site where I was and they couldn't find him. He had disappeared. Fast forward to Valentine's Day 2015, we were celebrating at home with our dogs and cat Boz. I went to check the mail and saw a letter with no return address. I walked inside and opened it and there was a small piece of paper that said, "I'll be waiting for you." I dropped the note and cried. We took it to the police to add it to my case file. 2016 came and went without issue. Until Christmas. I was getting ready to go to my parents' house while my husband put the presents in the car. I walked out of the house ready to go and my husband looked at me with a scared look on his face. He just looked at me and cut his eyes to a spot around the car. I walked around and saw Chip. He was holding a crowbar like he was ready to bash my husband's head in. I had my Bluetooth headset on and made sure that I was half hiding behind my car. I held my phone and dialed 911. I heard the dispatcher and said, "Mama? It's me, Sarah." The dispatch asked me what the emergency was. I told her that we would be running late because an old friend had shown up. The dispatch asked what my address was. I said, "Oh, I thought I had texted it to my sister already, I'm sorry, it's..." And I gave her my address. She said that the police were on their way. I said, "That sounds great, I'll see y'all in a bit." I hung up and smiled and apologized about that. He smiled and said that he was tired of waiting for me and wanted me to come with him. I stood there and told him no. He waved the crowbar side to side in his hand behind my husband's head. My husband is a very fit man. He quickly turns around and elbowed him in the head. At that time the police pull up and arrested him. I gave them another statement along with my husband and they said that they would update us on the case. We went to my parents' house, spent some time with them and we went home. It's been some time since his arrest and no word on what has happened. I keep looking over my shoulder in fear that he will be there. Sam doesn't leave my side. He goes with me everywhere that dogs are allowed. If Sam can't go, my husband does. I don't know what will happen, but I want to move on with my life. Maybe one day I will be able to. I remember what he said when they put him in the police car. "I'm still waiting for you. I'll always be waiting for you." Update: I just got off the phone with my lawyer and he has not bonded out yet. The court date is set for February 7th. I will update after court. Update 2: court was uneventful to a point. We heard statements from both his and my lawyers. They pleaded insanity on his behalf. He's not insane. I wanted my lawyer to push for life without possibility of parole. The judge said that we would have to obtain information to overturn the insanity plea. My lawyer is currently poring over school academic records and previous jobs that he has held to prove that he isn't insane. I've been trying to process this information for some time. I can't believe they would try to pass him off as insane. We will be back in court on Monday. It's Thursday night. I'll be home alone for the weekend. My husband and his best friend will be out of town for business. It'll be just me, Sam, and Boz. I'm nervous, but I know he is still in the county jail until our next hearing. I will update as soon as I can. My boss gave me Friday off so I can stay home in the safety and comfort of my home. We installed a state-of-the-art alarm system with cameras and everything. It makes me feel a little better. I won't be going anywhere this weekend either. This was not what I wanted, but it's better than him walking the streets, and possibly trying to abduct me again. Update 3. It's been a while since I have updated this. My lawyer was able to temporarily overturn the insanity plea, because of the information he found. The judge told him to his face that he believed he wasn't insane but that he was psychotic. There was no ruling because his lawyer doesn't think he is fit to be in jail but wants to put him in an institution so that he can get help. I think that he is beyond help and needs to be locked away for good. The judge said they have to prove that he truly needs help and appointed a psychologist to run some extensive tests. I'm afraid that they will find him to be mentally unstable and put him in a mental health facility instead of jail. This is not how I wanted this to go. I will update again when I get some news. I had always been fascinated by the unknown. The woods, the creatures that might lurk within them, and the mysteries of the supernatural had always captured my imagination. As a child, I spent countless hours exploring the forest, boating on the lake, and camping with my friends. Despite all the time I spent in the woods, I had never really experienced anything out of the ordinary. That is, until the day I met Police Officer Doyle. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, and I decided to take a hike in the woods behind my house. I had been walking for a couple of hours when suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The woods went eerily quiet, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. My gut instincts were telling me to leave, so I turned around and hurried back the way I came. As I made my way out of the woods, I stumbled upon Officer Doyle. He was standing at the edge of the forest, a look of concern etched across his face. He asked me if I was all right and if I had seen or heard anything unusual. I hesitated, not sure if I should share my experience with him. But something about his kind eyes and genuine concern made me trust him, so I opened up about the unnerving silence and the fear I felt. Officer Doyle nodded, as if he had heard similar stories before. He told me that he had been investigating strange occurrences in these woods for years. Sightings of creatures, strange lights, and unexplained phenomena were not uncommon, but the townsfolk were often too scared or skeptical to talk about them. Officer Doyle, however, believed that there was more to these stories than mere superstition. I listened intently as he shared his own experiences with the unexplained, including a close encounter with what he believed to be Bigfoot. He explained that he had once been a skeptic himself, but after witnessing the impossible, he became a staunch advocate for the existence of the supernatural. Officer Doyle's stories and his passion for seeking the truth inspired me to rethink my own beliefs. I realized that I had no right to dismiss the experiences of others, especially when I had felt that inexplicable fear myself. Our conversation that day sparked a friendship that would last for years, as we continued to explore the unknown together. As I look back on my experiences and the people I've met, I'm grateful for Officer Doyle and the day I listened to my gut instincts. It opened up a whole new world of possibilities and made me question everything I thought I knew. And by sharing our stories, we not only gave credibility to the subject but also found solace in knowing that we were not alone in our experiences. One of my favorite things about living in Washington is the eeriness of its forests. I, 28 female, have had a few weird experiences here, but one of the creepiest happened like an hour away from Offutt Lake in Covington. You got me with the Weyerhaeuser because I would always pass Weyerhaeuser Avenue on the way to the home of a guy, 30 male, I was seeing. It was 3 a.m. and we were outside with the dog letting her conduct a business transaction and smoking a cigarette. I had started this routine because I would have a hard time sleeping at his house. He would come outside with me most of the time, but if he didn't, I would be okay alone on the front porch with the pooch. My ex-boyfriend walks over to the other side of the driveway towards the trash cans and I'm trying to get the dog to the grass. She will not move a muscle and is shaking a little, looking straight ahead. I stop and look in the same direction. At the same time we hear a loud laugh unlike any I have heard before. The best way I could describe it is if you imagine this laugh was the source of all evil, like it's mocking you. But it's more disturbing than that, even because it sounds inhuman. And it was deep. The length of the laugh was like ha ha and abruptly stopped. We freeze and look at each other trying to comprehend what we just heard. It echoed as if the sky was the source of this horrible sound. We never heard anything like that again, but I feel once was too much. We were sober and aware at time. If I was alone it would be easier to brush off as my imagination. The fact that the dog reacted a second before it happened and knew the direction, and my ex-boyfriend had a similar reaction as me to the sound, reinforces the reality the disturbing laugh did occur. Washington can get weird. The sun was shining brightly as I headed to the outskirts of town to pick some blueberries. I had always loved spending time outdoors, and the thought of enjoying a day in nature while collecting delicious berries was irresistible. Little did I know that my peaceful outing would soon turn into a spine-chilling encounter with the unknown. As I walked through the fields, I met 2 women and 3 boys, who were also there to pick blueberries. We exchanged pleasantries and continued picking berries together, talking and laughing as we worked. Suddenly, our cheerful conversation was interrupted by an unearthly shriek that made us all freeze in our tracks. The horrifying sound seemed to come from the edge of the woods, not too far from where we stood. Fearfully, we crept closer to the source of the noise, curiosity getting the better of us. As we reached the tree line, we caught sight of a creature that defied explanation. It was a massive, hairy beast that walked upright on its hind legs like a man. It looked like an immense African monkey, but unlike anything we had ever seen before. Panic set in, and we all fled back towards the town, our minds racing with terror. When we reached the park ranger station, we frantically recounted our experience to Park Ranger Sam. He was a calm and collected man, with a kind face that belied his years of experience dealing with the unknown. He listened intently to our story, never interrupting or dismissing our claims. Ranger Sam informed us that there had been other reports of strange creatures in the area recently, but none quite like the one we had described. He decided to accompany us back to the edge of the woods, armed with his trusty camera and a tranquilizer gun, just in case. As we cautiously approached the spot where we had seen the creature, we could still feel the lingering sense of dread that had gripped us earlier. Ranger Sam, however, remained calm and focused. He scanned the area for any signs of the beast, but it seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Disappointed but relieved, we thanked Ranger Sam for his help and headed back to town. The encounter with the mysterious creature left a lasting impact on all of us. We couldn't help but wonder what other mysteries might be lurking in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. The story of the immense African monkey became something of a local legend, and many people ventured to the outskirts of town in hopes of catching a glimpse of the enigmatic beast. As for me, I continued to explore the world around me with a newfound sense of awe and curiosity, always remembering that day when the line between the known and the unknown was so dramatically blurred. So last year I went backpacking in the Central Sierras with a friend. We were about to set up camp in a spot just a few feet off trail. I ventured further away from the trail on this rocky area to get a better view of the lake. If you looked close enough, there was a trail, not on any map, but a clear trail nonetheless that looked like it led to the base of a peak, which is known for climbing. I started following it and I came across the most peculiar camp setup. It wasn't like any backpacking setup I'd ever seen. There were a couple of backpacking tents, but there was also those white foldable tables, a canopy tent, and a grill. A full-on cabinet-style backyard grill. Clearly heavy equipment that requires at least 2 people to carry each item. The nearest road was 6 miles away and the only way up to that spot was foot or horse. How the hell did they manage to haul all that stuff up there? I didn't see anyone. I saw all that stuff, turned around, and let my friend know. She went up to check it out, but she didn't see anything. Either she didn't walk down the trail far enough or my mind completely made that up. Maybe the altitude and sun exposure got to me. LOL, either way, I didn't feel safe staying there, so we camped somewhere else. Anyone know how that stuff could have gotten up there? Growing up in a small town 45 minutes outside Tulsa, life was quiet and simple. There were only 2 stores and no stoplights in the entire town. Being part of the 8th grade football team was one of the few things that brought excitement to my life. One Friday night, after an away football game, we were on our way back home. It was around midnight, and the bus had just reached the stretch of roads surrounded by sod farms as far as the eye could see. There were no trees or buildings, just flat, grassy fields that seemed to go on forever. Most of my teammates had already drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the game. As I stared out of the window into the darkness, something strange happened. A light suddenly came on above us, casting a brilliant glow over the entire landscape. It was a clean, white light, similar to an LED, even though this was the mid-90s. It was so bright that it made everything outside look like daytime. The light went on and off in a pattern, illuminating everything around us for 1 second and then disappearing for 2 seconds. This sequence repeated itself 3 times. I was amazed by the sight, as it allowed me to see in every direction as if it were the middle of the day. I glanced around the bus, trying to gauge if any of my teammates had witnessed the same phenomenon. A few of them had stirred from their sleep, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. We exchanged looks of astonishment, wondering what could have caused such a bizarre occurrence. When the bus finally pulled into the school parking lot, my teammates and I couldn't stop talking about the mysterious light. We debated whether it could have been some kind of experimental aircraft or perhaps even a UFO. The experience sparked a curiosity within us that lasted for years. As time went on, we all went our separate ways, but the memory of that night never faded. Whenever I returned to my hometown and passed by those sod farms, I couldn't help but look up at the sky and think about that incredible light that turned night into day. There's one spot in Tucker, Georgia that never fails to give me chills: John's homestead. This old, vacant farmhouse sits in disarray alongside a busy highway, surrounded by a few acres of woods, 2-century-old churches, and old cemeteries. It's a strange patch of land that feels disconnected from the bustling urban communities around it. The history of the place is vague. All I know is that the landowner's name was John Johns, and an old photo of him shows a stern, unhappy man. The property has always creeped me out, but curiosity kept pulling me back. I visited the homestead a few times, and each time I felt as if I was being watched. The atmosphere was heavy and unsettling, but I couldn't help wanting to explore the old house and its surroundings. On my last visit, I arrived just before dark. The walk to the house was uneventful, and I found myself at the chain-link fence that surrounded the crumbling structure, which had been deemed structurally unsafe. The inside of the house appeared pitch black, even though the doors and windows didn't seem to be completely boarded up. Suddenly, I realized that darkness was falling quickly, and the familiar feeling of unease began to wash over me. I decided to leave and started walking back towards the trail. Just as I re-entered the wooded area, I heard a loud thud. My first thought was that a tree limb had fallen, but the sound wasn't accompanied by any snaps or cracks. I hesitated for a moment before continuing towards my car, the darkness now almost complete. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this place. A few days later, I read in the news that human remains had been found just a few feet from where I had heard the noise. The county never released any details about the identity of the body or what had happened, even after a year had passed. So many questions remain unanswered. What's so special about this particular crumbling house? Why has this small stretch of woods remained undeveloped? What did I hear that night, and who was found dead? The mystery of John's homestead continues to haunt me, and I can't help but wonder if there's something more to this eerie patch of land than meets the eye. As the urban landscape continues to encroach on this small, seemingly forgotten corner of Tucker, the secrets hidden within its shadows may never be revealed. I came out the woods after dark from deer hunting several years ago, and when I got to my Bronco the battery was dead and no way to jump start it, plus I had driven through the backside of a 2-year-old clear cut and was in the middle of nowhere. The woods were lit up with noise as I walk out the clear cut back to the old logging road I had driven on. When I hit the old logging road, everything went silent. I had left my bow in my Bronco knowing I had an 8-mile walk back to the camp. I think that was the fastest I had ever walked in my life. The feeling of being watched and followed was something that still gives me the chills to this day. In 2006, my wife, son, and I decided to take a camping trip to Pinnacle Lake Trail in Washington. We were excited to spend some quality time together, enjoying the beauty of nature and exploring the rainforest. On a misty day with light rain, we set out for a hike. We hadn't gone far, probably less than a mile, when we came across a small trail that led to a boggy pond hidden within the lush forest. Tall trees draped with moss surrounded the dark water, creating an enchanting yet eerie atmosphere. Intrigued, we decided to venture further in. Navigating our way through the undergrowth, we carefully climbed over and ducked under fallen trees. The air felt heavy and oppressive, but we were captivated by the mysterious beauty of the place. Suddenly, my wife stopped in her tracks and said, "We need to leave. Now." Confused, I asked her what was wrong, but she couldn't explain it. She just felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as if something bad was lurking nearby. Trusting her instincts, which had served us well in the past, I agreed to leave without hesitation. We retraced our steps back to our campsite and spent a quiet evening together before packing up and heading home the following day. Upon arriving home, we were shocked to see a local news report about a double murder just 2 miles up the trail from where we had been hiking. 2 women had been killed the day after we had been there. Chills ran down our spines as we contemplated the possibility that my wife's intuition might have saved us from a similar fate. Was there a connection between her sense of unease and the brutal crime that had taken place nearby? To this day, the case remains unsolved. We'll never know for certain if my wife's instinct sensed the presence of a killer or if it was just a coincidence. But one thing is clear, trusting her intuition that day may have saved our lives. That experience has left an indelible mark on our family, serving as a reminder that sometimes, our gut feelings are worth listening to, no matter how inexplicable they may seem. I live in a big woods in northwest Oregon, and this happened this year at my house. We can generally hear the ocean, trees, sounds from the street, and loads of wildlife, frogs, birds, insects, depending on season, and we have a rowdy neighborhood and general living noises. But one night it just all stopped. There was no sound at all on an unusually clear night. It's cloudy a lot here in the Pacific Northwest. Well, I went outside. I wanted to see if I could find a UFO or something mysterious happening. I wanted to see if there were any sounds. Curious, but the rest of my family were like, "Get inside, shut the window blinds, this is messed." I give my apple cores to a couple of deer who live in the woods, Sandy and Sarah, and one of them came up. She seemed scared and felt better standing right up beside me, and the oddest thing, I could hear her breathing. It was dead quiet, and there was this whoosh of breath in and out of this nervous deer. My family dragged me inside about then. I still feed the deer apple cores, but I have never been able to hear one breathing again. I've never had an instance of complete silence either. It's always noisy. There is so much wildlife here, and Coast Guard helicopters and the pickup trucks of loggers, etc. I felt like there was something there, but I honestly couldn't see it. I did give it my best shot. The next few days there were unusual helicopters and a really unusual airplane. In 1994, I lived in a remote cabin nestled in the hills of Bella Vista, California, not far from Redding and Lake Shasta. The surrounding woods were home to countless mysteries, and strange occurrences were not uncommon. One evening, I had some guests staying at my cabin. My friend and his wife were outside enjoying the fresh air when they suddenly burst through the door, exclaiming, "You have to come out and see this." I was used to odd things happening around my cabin, so I reluctantly followed them outside, wondering what new oddity awaited me. We stepped off the deck and into the yard, and my friend pointed to the sky above the cabin roof. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Directly above us, there were baseball-sized flashes of blue electricity lighting up the sky. It looked as if more than 25 cameras were going off at once, creating a stunning yet eerie display. The flashes were completely silent, adding to the sense of otherworldliness. I tried to estimate how long the phenomenon had been going on, considering the time it took for my friend and his wife to notice the lights, come inside to get me, and for us to return outside. It must have been at least 3 minutes of continuous flashing. We stood there, mesmerized by the display, unsure of what was causing it or what it meant. As abruptly as the lights had started, they vanished, leaving us in darkness and silence once more. We spent the rest of the evening discussing possible explanations, ranging from natural phenomena to extraterrestrial encounters. I lived in that cabin for several more years, but I never experienced the mysterious flashes of blue electricity again. It became one of the many enigmas that made my time in the hills of Bella Vista both thrilling and unforgettable. Though I never discovered the cause of those strange lights, they served as a reminder that there is still so much in this world that we have yet to understand. While camping and hiking in the Idaho wilderness area in 1972, I luckily had a handgun, and that may have been the only thing that saved me. Throughout the whole ordeal I had the uncanny sense that I was being watched and being followed. Always trust your inner voice. I got a good look at him, and he was nasty and very unkempt man, just like Deliverance, and no, it was not Bigfoot. It fired off a couple of shots just to let the creep know I was armed. The nonsense abruptly stopped. I later reported the incident to a forest ranger, and he said that they had heard about this crazy guy stalking other hikers. My girlfriend at the time and I were camping on the beach near Camp Winema. However, we were not in the camp and camped alone on the beach front. Near dusk we noticed what we thought was a person standing 60 yards down the beach looking at our direction. I thought it was strange that a person was walking down in that direction because the only way down to the beach was next to us. Next we thought maybe a person was looking for shells as we had earlier in the night. Then I thought maybe this person was up to no good and wanted to stalk us for some reason. My girlfriend and I were in law enforcement. She a deputy sheriff, and I, a U.S. Forest Service law enforcement officer level 2. So we were alarmed a bit and generally suspicious in nature. We noticed the person was very large at that distance and turned and walked back south, out of sight. 5 minutes later the person came back, not stopping, and kept walking toward our camp. The sun had set and the full moon was overhead. With the moon and the ocean it was almost like day twilight still. We could see very well. The person we thought walked within 50 to 70 feet in front of us, past us at a good clip going to the north. He never stopped to look and seemed to just ignore us as it was looking for something in the sand. It walked next to a natural tide pool on the beach and never crossed it to come up to us. At the end of the tide pool it stopped, turned around and walked right back down the beach to the south again, disappearing in the distance. I was alarmed because it did not seem natural the way it walked. It almost glided as it walked and seemed to be bent over as it did. We noticed it was huge too. It almost seemed to be at eye level to us, and we were above it on a sand berm. Probably 6 feet above the level it was walking. Alice, we noticed no color in its apparel. Jet black. The distance it covered when it walked was almost as fast as if someone was jogging. We didn't notice any up or down bouncing, just a fluid motion as it walked. I ran down with my mag light to the location it was walking and had my girlfriend tell me when to stop when I reached the area it walked. Before she yelled stop, I tripped on one of the tracks. I couldn't believe how deep and large they were. When I stood next to the holes I barely pushed the sand down more than an inch. These holes I guessed were at least 10-12 inches deep. So deep the steepness of the imprint sort of caved inward, making oval shapes like cones. My girlfriend came down as I yelled at her to take a look. She told me that she could clearly see my clothes from the camp and notice my outline of colors. Jacket blue/red. I showed her the footprints and said it must be that Bigfoot people say is here. We were on vacation from Colorado. After a few minutes of looking at the tracks my damn maglite bulb went out. We kind of laughed nervously. I told her not to worry and had a spare in the back of the flashlight. As I was doing the micro task of changing out the bulb, she yelled out, "Here it comes." I rushed to change it out and dropped the damn bulb of all things. So here we are, two adult people getting a bit freaked out. I noticed it was directly walking toward us from a distance of around 100 yards. I frantically looked for the bulb, and each time I looked up it cove disdain at a rate of almost a jogger. I am guessing now somewhere around 6-8 miles per hour. She freaked out and pulled my arm, begging me to run to the camp above the berm. I couldn't move. I told her I was going to stay put to find out who the hell this was. She ran screaming, "Run to the camp." I stood my ground and stood there like some kind of gunfight, idiot, I guess. Now I clearly noticed hair all black and a huge figure. The shoulders struck me the most. I couldn't believe how wide it was and taller than me at a distance of over, I am guessing, 60 yards. It kept walking without slowing down toward me. Kind of like it didn't even see me? It wasn't slowing down, and I guess within 10-20 yards now. I could see a face to the figure and realized this was not natural. Not a person. I was so scared I couldn't even move for a moment, which really bothered me. I then gained some composure and ran like hell to the camp. All the time she was yelling, "Run." All I could think was I was a goner if it wanted to catch me. I ran so fast, never like that before, to her location. I turned around and was happy to see it was still walking right over where I must have been standing, and passed to the north. It stopped, turned around again like it was still looking for something. Walked without looking in our direction and walked to the south out of sight. Almost ignored us, I would say. We were in shock. We decided to leave everything on the beach. Our tent, clothes, everything. We ran to the car and I asked her for the keys. She said, "I don't have them, you do." I couldn't believe it, they were in the tent in my suitcase pocket. After much deliberation, half hour, we sneaked back to the site and I grabbed the keys. We ran back to the car and got in. She told me my ticket was in my suitcase. By then I decided to regain compose and waited out with my video camera, which was in the car the whole time, of course. She suggested we just wait till morning and we must have seen a person. Right. She went to sleep in the car and I waited up all night, WTH, a huge fire, waiting for it to come back. Morning came, I stayed up all night. I took my picture camera 35mm and took pictures of the tracks still clearly visible on the beach. I was shocked to see how many tracks I saw, and even larger than the ones I looked at the night before. I took the whole roll and followed them down the beach for over a mile, I am sure. I took pics with items next to them to show depth, distance and length. I noticed the tracks all WNT to a spot to the east up the berm to a thick forest. I stepped about a foot in and realized how stupid this was and left back to camp. We left and almost never talked about it and tried to gain reality back. After I returned back, I got the pics developed and saw in disbelief how incredible they seemed. I decided to try to contact someone who researches this and found an address on the back of a book authored by Richard Greenwell from the library. He was with the International Society of Cryptozoology. I mailed a letter, some pics to Arizona, asked for some answers. He contacted me after getting my letter and interviewed me. He had me then send the rest of the pics and contact another, Peter Byrne, in Portland. I left a message. He got a hold of me at work and asked for my immediate departure back. I of course was unable due to vac time. I sure wasn't going to ask for special leave due to the circumstances and kept it quiet. He got the Jural location and researched the sighting. Later on he found nothing, not even a trail up the forest. He noticed really nothing, hair, tracks. 2 weeks after sighting. After a request by Peter, the first came out the next year in June. We walked over the spot. He took pictures and I showed him the location. It went into the woods. He said he was off where I told him to go, and had not yet looked there. We pushed back the foliage and saw, to my amazement, a honed out trail with vegetation and clearly a dirt animal path. We followed the path up the hillside to the highway and over to the wilderness area. I led him with the new and went back to Colorado. We noticed earth movers had begun to develop the land where the trail was. This had begun, I am guessing, within a week before my return. I have several pics but sent something for you to look at. Some have its footprints with mine next to it for comparison. It was during the summer of my late 20s when I decided to take a solo trip to the Uinta mountain range. I had a few days off work and yearned for the serenity of the mountains, eager to camp and fly fish. My friends were all occupied, so I ventured out alone, excited to explore this new part of the wilderness. The first day went by smoothly. I caught some impressive fish and, admittedly, indulged in a bit too much alcohol. The sun dipped below the horizon, and I prepared my campsite for the night. It was a peaceful, clear evening with stars twinkling overhead. I gazed up at the sky, lost in my thoughts when I noticed a flashlight in the distance. It seemed to be approaching my campsite, but I brushed it off as another backpacker seeking a spot for the night. A few moments later, I noticed another light coming from the opposite direction. With a shrug, I assumed it was a late-night hiker and turned in for the night. I had barely settled in my tent when I heard whispered voices nearby. They sounded devious, as if plotting something sinister. My heart raced as I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. The sound of multiple footsteps circling my campsite and unnaturally heavy breathing filled the air. Clutching the 9-inch buck knife I kept next to me, I steeled myself for whatever was coming. And then the laughter started. It was a sound so chilling and eerie, it made my blood run cold. The laughter echoed all around me, as if it were amplified by some unseen force. I felt a growing sense of dread, and in the moonlight, I spotted a shadow of a face just inches away from my tent. The face was elongated and distorted, barely resembling anything human. As quickly as it appeared, it retreated into the darkness, followed by the sound of running footsteps. My heart pounded in my chest, and I was amazed I hadn't lost control of my bowels. I lay there, frozen, trying to decide my next move. After an hour of agonizing silence, I mustered the courage to take action. Swiftly, I dismantled my tent, leaving stakes and poles behind, stuffed it into my bag, and grabbed my belongings. I made my escape, trying to be as quiet as possible, hoping not to alert whatever had terrorized me. I hiked for what felt like an eternity, covering nearly 15 miles well into the next day and evening. My legs ached, and my fear hadn't completely subsided, but I was determined to put as much distance between myself and that harrowing experience as possible. Finally, I arrived at a small town, my ordeal in the wilderness at an end. The memory of that night has haunted me ever since. I've only shared the story with a select few, as the fear it instills in me is still very real. As for the Uinta mountain range, I've never returned, nor do I have any intention to. The unknown predator that stalked me that night remains a mystery, a chilling reminder of the secrets the wilderness can hold. My husband and I had a really frightening experience hiking in our local mountains in the 80s. Both of us were looking forward to hiking our favorite trail with towering pine trees and small meadows filled with wild flowers. My husband was wearing a backpack filled with our sandwiches, apples, snacks, a first aid kit, a whistle, a compass, and bottles of water. We planned on eating our lunch atop a large outcropping of rocks at a place we named Lookout Point, where you could see for miles down to the valley and cities below. From atop this lofty perch, the view below resembled a patchquilt of green valleys, orchards, and cities with their buildings and sprawling freeways. With the wind whispering between the pine trees, and the quiet stillness of the forest, other than the calling of the blue jays to one another, it gave one a sense of being far removed from noise of the city and the stresses of everyday life. It was early morning when we eagerly set off on the trail. We had only traversed about 2 miles of the 8-mile hike when I began to feel uneasy. Our hike started off with blue skies, but clouds had moved in and stole the sunlight. The clouds seemed to foreshadow the danger that was ahead. An overwhelming sense of dread and danger began to overtake me. The small hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood up, which wasn't due to the cloudy skies and drop in temperature. I felt an animal awareness kick in. My pupils dilated. I quickly began to scan the trees and bushes on both sides of the trail. Like a dog, I lifted my nose to breathe in the air. No longer could I smell the crisp, clean scent of pine, but something else. There was a faint smell of something unclean, putrid, really. The blue jays became quiet. I felt we were being watched and stalked. I told my husband we have to turn around and run back to our car. He could see the absolute panic and terror in my eyes. The words barely escaped my mouth when we heard the rustling of bushes and snapping of twigs about 30 yards ahead. And that's when we saw him. He stepped out of the shadows of thick trees and bushes and stood ahead of us on the trail. He was massive. He looked like a character in the movie Deliverance. He was about 6 feet 5 inches. He had dirty brown, wild, long hair and a greasy, long beard. He wore filthy denim, overalls with a stained, white sleeveless t-shirt underneath. On his feet, he had on a pair of worn, outdoor boots, the type you see loggers wear. There was a large knife hanging from its sheath on his hip. His shoulders were broad, and his sinewy arms were all muscle. It was hard to tell his age. He could have been in his 30s or 40s, but the outdoors and elements had turned his skin into a dark leather and creased his face. His light-colored eyes were filled with hate and seething with anger. He started yelling at us to get off his mountain. We turned around and ran. He let out a rage-filled, blood-curdling bellow and scream. It sounded more animal than human. He gave chase. We ran like our lives depended on it. We instinctively knew if he caught us, he would harm or kill us and throw our broken and bloodied bodies over a nearby cliff. We ran faster. I felt like we were being hunted by the devil himself. I kept praying to God, "Please God, help us. Don't let either one of us stumble or fall on the uneven trail." The distance between us and the man began to shorten. My husband unclasped his backpack and let it fall off his back while running. I wasn't carrying one. Not only did he want to drop the extra weight, but he was hoping the man would stop his pursuit of us to see what was in the backpack. He didn't. After what seemed like an eternity, we saw our parked car in the clearing ahead. My husband had backed into the spot, so the hood of the car was facing the road. Thank God my husband had placed the car keys in his pocket of his hiking pants and not in his backpack. I heard my husband rip the Velcro to open his pocket. He reached inside and grabbed the keyring that held our car keys and fob. He did this in a fluid motion and without slowing his pace. He pressed the remote on the key fob, which unlocked our car. We quickly opened the doors and scrambled inside, and locked the doors. My husband's hand was shaking as he placed the key into the ignition. Before he could start the car, the man hit my passenger side window with his fist with such force, it caused the glass to crack like a spider's web. I let out a terrified scream. He brought his large fist back again, ready to strike my window, which would shatter the glass barrier between myself and him. At that exact moment, my husband turned the key in the ignition, put the car into gear, and his foot hit the gas. The giant's fist missed its mark and hit the metal side panel instead. We sped off to the small village town center about 3 miles down the road to call the sheriff. We stopped at a small diner and asked to use their phone. We found out there was no sheriff station on the top of the mountain, and it would take the sheriff 45 minutes to drive to the diner from the valley below. We jumped in our car and drove fast down the winding mountain, 2-lane highway. We drove straight to the small sheriff's station and ran inside. At the front desk sat a bored-looking deputy. We told him we wanted to make a report. He called the sheriff over, who ushered us inside his office and closed the door. Laying next to the sheriff's desk was a large German shepherd who abruptly sat up from his prone position. His ears perked up, and his dark, intelligent eyes took us in. Feeling we were of no threat, the dog's body relaxed, and he laid back down. How I wished we had a dog like this when we hiked. The sheriff could tell something had happened to us due to my tear-streaked face. He took our report and then went out to examine our damaged car. My side panel was dented from the man's fist. The sheriff told us we were extremely lucky to have escaped. He said there were mountain men that lived deep in the woods, and they didn't like outsiders or townies snooping around. He said they were very strange and meaner than a bull when crossed. He told us it's not the wildlife you have to fear, but those men. He informed us hikers have disappeared in those woods. He advised us to pack a gun if we hiked in the area again. We haven't been back once all these decades later. About 4 years ago, 3 women disappeared in that small mountain. They were not together. The women went missing within the same month, and the last we heard, they were never found. I often wondered if they had the misfortune of running into one of those deranged mountain men. Something woke me up at 4:10 a.m. while I was in the sleeper of my rig. I know the date perfectly because it was my birthday. I got out of my truck and this thing let out a high-pitched whooping yell that echoed throughout the forest. I was standing there and was trying to figure out what it was, saying to myself that's not a cougar and not an elk nor an owl or a coyote or a wolf. When it dawned on me on what it could be, it scared the bejesus out of me. It's the same as the sound on your Klamath Screams audio and what I heard on the Discovery Channel. I again heard the same sound in Klamath, Cali, just south of the Trees of Mystery where they have the Paul Bunyan and Babe statues. We were staying in some cabins there, both my son and I heard it around 10 a.m. while we were hiking. It was way off in the distance and dogs started barking right after we heard it. It screamed twice. This time I thought it was kind of cool to hear it again, and my son thought likewise because I had him listen the recording on the internet. My grandpa was born in the last years of the 19th century and spent his entire life living in rural Idaho as a farmer and rancher. He had tons of old cowboy stories he would tell us grandkids. Most of them were funny, some were cautionary, but a few were downright creepy. When my grandpa was 6 years old, he, along with his older brother, and a gang of kids from nearby farms, decided to go ice skating for the day. At that time my great-grandpa was working as a ranch hand and the family lived near Chesterfield, Idaho, now mostly a ghost town. It was a bright and sunny January day in 1902, and though the temperature was low, the sun kept things somewhat warm. They had hitched sleighs to their horses and headed down to the Portneuf River to ice skate. There were 8 kids altogether and they were excited to show off their new skates from Christmas. Along with my grandpa and his brother, there were the 3 Robinson kids, Tommy Bayer, and the Gooch twins. The best spot to skate was next door to the Gooch's ranch. The river there was broad and shallow, so the ice tended to be thicker, and if they did fall through they would just get their legs wet. The kids spent a couple hours skating when a loud scream came from a willow bush on the river bank opposite them. The kids could only watch as a giant man, covered head to toe in thick black fur, came lumbering out of the bushes. It was carrying a large tree branch and was screaming in rage at the kids. They fled towards the sleighs, trying to scramble up the river bank in their skates. My grandpa, being the youngest, was at the back of the rush. He couldn't get a good foothold because of the skates and fell back towards the ice. The giant was now crossing the river towards them, screaming and swinging his branch. My grandpa was sure this creature was going to eat him. As my grandpa tells it, Lady Luck smiled down on me that day by the river, because as the giant was midway across the river the ice gave way. It only submerged its shins, but was slowed down considerably as it tried to get back on top of the ice. This gave my grandpa's brother enough time to jump down and cut the laces off my grandpa's skates. They left the skates and dashed up the river bank and jumped onto the sleigh. As they looked back, the giant man was cresting the river bank. To their relief, it didn't chase the sleighs. It just stood there hollering at the kids and swinging his tree branch. The kids were able to make it back to the Gooch ranch, where they told their encounter to John Gooch, the twins' grandfather. Word spread quickly in the tiny farming community and soon a posse was formed to hunt down the beast. Where the kids had been skating there was found footprints almost 2 feet in length. My grandpa's skates were found near the tracks. They had both been bent in half like horseshoes. The tracks headed west into the nearby mountains. The posse followed them as far as they could, but deep snow prevented their travel any farther. The creature was never sighted in that area again. This story captivated the small community and soon word traveled across the country of the Idaho wildman. That spring my great-grandpa decided to buy a ranch in the Little Lost River Valley farther north in Idaho. My grandpa had many other weird and creepy backwoods stories, but he always said that this encounter frightened him the most. He was sure he would have been killed if the giant hadn't broken through the ice and given his brother a chance to cut his laces. Three of us were out duck hunting earlier in the day. Driver was Travis Howard, Dustin Hockema passenger seat, and myself facing backwards sitting in the bed of the truck. We were pretty much done hunting and Travis just started to drive around for sightseeing. We were driving along when Travis hit the brakes. I turned to the driver's side to ask what we were doing. I then saw a figure, about 30 feet away, about 4 foot tall, upright on 2 legs running down the ditch and up the hill through the logged area, approx 2 to 5 years old of a logged area. Some brush had already started to grow. The figure ran up and across another landing road and disappeared at a tree at the tree line, approx 150 plus yards away. This figure was dark brown/black, shortish hair. It looked to be about the size of a young bear cub, but running quickly on 2 feet. It did not have a muzzle like a bear and did not have visible ears like a bear. The three of us all asked each other what the underscore was that. Travis and Dustin asked if I saw where it went. So we reversed the truck and drove up the road where at last was the creature. We stopped just before the tree and looked around and listened. We were not all too fearful because we all three had our shotguns, however we did feel uneasy in the fact that none of us knew what we saw. We eventually left the area and discussed that we should call it a bear and not to really talk about what we saw. Travis would be able to tell better the road we were on due to him being a little older than us and he was driving. Dustin and Travis had a view of the creature crossing the road some feet in front of them. A few days ago, my girlfriend and I were nearing the end of an incredible road trip with our beloved dog. We'd been driving for hours, and it was time for a break. Spotting a rest stop just off the freeway, we decided to pull in and stretch our legs, giving our dog a chance to do his business. The rest stop was eerily quiet, with no other cars in sight, just 3 large semi-trucks parked in a line. My girlfriend immediately went to use the restroom, and I leashed our dog, waiting by the car. As she disappeared inside, I heard someone shouting behind me. I turned to see a trucker in the driver's seat of his semi, his window rolled down, trying to get my attention. He was an older man with gray hair and sunglasses, and I couldn't quite make out what he was saying over the noise of his truck. After a few exchanges, I decided to walk closer to his truck to hear him better. "What did you say?" I asked. "Can you help me look for my phone? I lost it somewhere," the trucker replied. Feeling a little caught off guard, I asked him where he had lost it. "I lost it in my truck. Can you come up here and help me look for it?" he said in a somewhat unnerving tone. At this point, I was seriously creeped out. There was no way I was climbing into this stranger's truck. I refused, and as the trucker grew increasingly agitated, I threatened to call the cops. He eventually drove off, leaving me shaken and relieved. As I recounted the incident to my girlfriend, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. We decided to take our dog for a walk to calm our nerves, and that's when we stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden in a dense thicket of trees, we spotted a large, hairy creature with an unmistakable human-like appearance. We couldn't believe our eyes, it was Bigfoot. He stood there, watching us curiously, seemingly unthreatened by our presence. We slowly backed away, trying not to provoke the creature. To our surprise, Bigfoot began to follow us, keeping a safe distance but maintaining eye contact. It was as if he wanted to communicate with us. As we continued walking, we realized that Bigfoot was leading us deeper into the woods. We hesitated, unsure of what to do, but something compelled us to follow. It seemed as though he wanted to show us something. Led by Bigfoot, we eventually arrived at a small clearing. To our amazement, scattered on the ground were various personal items, wallets, phones, and other belongings. Among them was the trucker's phone. We realized that Bigfoot had been watching the rest stop and intervening when things seemed suspicious. He had sensed our unease and had come to our aid. In gratitude, we carefully picked up the trucker's phone and decided to return it to the authorities. As we walked back to our car, Bigfoot disappeared back into the woods, and we couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and gratitude for our unexpected encounter. Our road trip had taken a bizarre turn, but it left us with a story we'd never forget. I had been living in my town for 3 years, and I had grown quite comfortable with my surroundings. There was a 7-Eleven within walking distance of my home, which I visited occasionally at night. Despite my town's reputation for being safe, I couldn't help but feel a little more alert when I ventured out after dark. One night, I decided to make a quick trip to the 7-Eleven. I grabbed a few items, paid for them, and headed towards the exit. As I stepped outside, I noticed an old man with a limp approaching the store. He spotted me and called out, "Hey, come here, I want to ask you a question." Instantly, my instincts kicked in. Something about the situation felt off, and I was torn between going back inside the store or trying to avoid the man altogether. As he repeated his request and moved closer, I made my decision and retreated back into the store. I pretended to browse the shelves, keeping an eye on the old man as he entered. To my surprise, he didn't pay any attention to me once inside. Instead, he wandered down an aisle and seemed to vanish entirely. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped out of the store and hurried back to my home, just a block away. I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister had been afoot, and the incident served as a stark reminder that even in a safe town, one should always remain vigilant. Days went by, and I couldn't get the encounter out of my mind. The more I thought about it, the more it began to resemble the local legends of skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures that could assume the appearance of humans or animals. Although I had always dismissed the stories as mere folklore, the eerie experience with the old man left me questioning my skepticism. As time went on, whispers about skinwalkers and other strange occurrences began to spread throughout the town. People claimed to have seen the old man lurking in the shadows, disappearing just as suddenly as he had appeared. Others reported seeing animals with human-like features, and the once safe town was gripped with a newfound sense of unease. Despite my initial decision to avoid nighttime walks, curiosity got the better of me. I found myself drawn to the mysterious figure, hoping to learn more about the skinwalker legend and, perhaps, to uncover the truth behind the old man's intentions. One fateful night, as I walked through the dimly lit streets, I once again encountered the old man. This time, however, there was something different about him. His appearance seemed to shift before my eyes, transforming from a frail, limping figure to a menacing, otherworldly creature. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was face to face with the skinwalker. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear the creature's footsteps behind me, closing in with each stride. I raced through the streets, praying I could make it to the safety of my home. As I reached my front door, I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking with terror. The door swung open just in time, and I stumbled inside, slamming it shut behind me. I collapsed on the floor, my body trembling as I tried to process what had just happened. The town remained on edge, the skinwalker's presence an ever-looming threat. As for me, I couldn't forget the chilling encounter that had changed my life. The once safe town now held an air of mystery and danger that I could never have anticipated, and the nights would never be the same again. My wife and 2 kids went for a short day bushwalk hike at a place called Hanging Rock in Victoria, Australia. It's about 1 hour northwest of Melbourne. You can see what it looks like and get the trail info from generic hiking map page. It's a fairly short walk, only takes about an hour, but we allowed for a couple hours because we wanted to walk around the bottom, and of course with kids we usually like to stop for some snacks and a drinks on the way up and just enjoy the place. We had not done this walk before because we are not from the area, but we are somewhat of a walking/hiking family. My wife's family are German and it's basically in their blood and is a favorite thing for all of them to do. I fall into that very well as I have always been an avid walker and hiker too. Because the weather was mild and it was the last day of the long Easter weekend, there were surprisingly not so many people. A couple walked past us on the way down and we saw another group heading up ahead of us. It looked like a family group, but their kids were older. There were also some people having a BBQ picnic and some others kicking a ball around down the bottom. Before we go up, I quickly went behind a tree and did a piss, making sure to not be seen. We headed up and I personally started to feel strange. I am a big guy, but I am very fit cardio-wise, and I started feeling out of breath. I thought I must have just had too big a breakfast or something, and so I slowed down and told the wifey and kids to slow down too. We all eased up and my wife asked if I was okay. The kids both seemed fine, laughing. My boy was throwing sticks and rocks, and generally they were just being kids. The uneasiness did not stop. I honestly started feeling really out of breath and as if I was being suffocated and could not breathe. I started freaking out a little, if I am honest, at this stage, and began wondering if I was having some sort of heart attack or something, so I told my kids to hold up. I squatted down on the ground and leaned up against a boulder. My wife started to look really concerned and she grabbed my daughter's fitness tracker watch and put it on my wrist. My heart rate was high, about 131 beats per minute, but that was normal as we were going up these steps. Here is where things started to get creepy. As we waited around a bit for me to feel better, my son was now climbing all over the boulders and jumping off them. My daughter put her watch back on, but it stopped reading properly and she noticed this straight away. It's a brand new kids Fitbit that she got for her birthday in February. The time was right, but it was not reading steps or heart rate. Okay, weird, it just read my heart rate fine, but was not taking hers and the step counter was not working. Whatever, she tinkered with it for a moment while standing, and then bizarrely I started to feel better and come good, and so we all started off again. We continued up, and as we headed up we got to a rocky clearing where you could look outward. You could see some farmland and generally it was beautiful. My wife was the only one that brought her phone. I left mine in the car and she wanted to take a picture of us all. Here is where it gets creepier. Her phone was off. She never turns her phone off ever, and it too is fairly new. It's a Sony Xperia and is about a year or two old. Her charge lasts days if she's not watching YouTube. She tried to turn it back on and the low battery image appeared. How is it low battery when she keeps her phone charging at night while she sleeps? And we left for our trip first thing in the morning, and my wife never uses her phone in the car because she becomes motion sick otherwise, but also I used my phone to navigate us there. Weird. The kids go ahead. My son is running around like a lunatic and my daughter is just walking and taking it all in. And I ask my wife if she thinks it's weird her phone is playing up, and so is our daughter's Fitbit. She shrugs it off and does not even say anything. We slowly get to the top, and as we get there my son, who is 6 and full of beans, he's been jumping around, throwing things, and doing cartwheels the whole time. He starts telling us his tummy feels funny. Hess now gone pale and looks like he is about to vomit. We asked if he needed a number 1 or 2. No, nothing. He just feels sick, he says. My wife, daughter and I all look at each other, and I think we were all thinking the same thing, but no one said anything. We all just starts walking back out and want to get out of there. Too many weird and creepy things are now happening that don't make sense, and now my son feels sick when he was bouncing off the walks 30 seconds ago. We start walking back. My son is now deflated. My daughter is asking questions. My wife isn't saying anything. We all just hurry down. Once we get back down, We walk past the oval and go straight to the toilets. I take my son in. He tries to pee and doesn't need a number 2 but also does not feel much better, and we're just kind of sitting there thinking about what we do next. Do we leave? He feels sick. What if he throws up? Do we just chill there? Go for another short walk and hope he feels better? Then my daughter just wanders off to this information board while my wife and I were talking about what to do, so we all kind of just follow her. There is a sign about the sacred aboriginal volcanic rock formations which I had not paid any attention to earlier, the signs that is, and I start to get an unsettling feeling similar in a way to what I had on the way up, that choky out of breath feeling. My son was chucking rocks at those things, the sacred rocks. He was running up and kicking himself off them. Pretty sure my wife even told him off for spitting once or twice. I became aware of it all and realized we were on some kind of sacred land, and here is my son acting completely disrespectful. I had taken a piss there, and who knows what other dumb crap we had done. Maybe it all had an effect. I walk over, tell my son he needs to apologize and make an offering of goodwill, and so do I. He doesn't really understand what I am saying, so I just say come with me as I go to head back toward the path for the way back to the start of the summit, and he starts screaming and shouting. I've never seen him do anything like this. Outside of being energetic, he is not at all a sookie or cry baby of a child. My wife comes over, asks what's going on, etc. My daughter is still by the info board just milling about looking at things. I tell my wife my crazy idea. She gives me that look as if I am insane, picks our boy up and begins to walk away. So I walk back on my own. I find some similar looking volcanic rock before the summit even starts, and I just go quiet and whisper, I'm sorry if we acted rude or misbehaved. This is a beautiful place. We'll be respectful. I'm sorry if my son was disrespectful. Thank you for having us. And I kneel down, touch the ground and the rock and just sit for a moment in silence. I start walking back and I notice they're all heading back towards where I am. My son is now walking again. Hess comes over to me looking like he has some more color in his fact, and I ask him if he wants to say something to the rock like I just did and that it's fine. And he says hi Rocky rock or something like that, and I say no mate, we need to be respectful, and I tell him to say sorry. Say thanks and say something nice in his own words, and he says sorry rock for throwing your rock friends around. See you next time Rocky rock. My wife kind of laughs and shakes her head. My daughter starts explaining to her brother what we just did, why it's important, and we kind of stand around in silence for a second and then all go back and pile in the car and start to head out and go find somewhere for lunch. We get home later that evening after having a long lunch and walking around a nearby town called Wood End and the kids playing at the playground. Both my son and daughter have had night terrors since they were about 3 years old. My daughter has mostly grown out of them and my son still gets them. And I am talking, they are not nice at all. We used to think my daughter was friggin' possessed when she would get them. She'd get aggressive, hiss and spit and cry and screech. They were horrible. My son, he basically just freaks out and starts screaming and looking absolutely terrified and wanting to jump off his bed, usually. Well, here is the strangest thing. We are all asleep. That same night, after having been on the walk that day, I sort of just jolt awake in the dark because I sense something or hear something. I dunno why I woke up. I kind of put my head up from my pillow and look around and I see a dark silhouette standing next to my wife. I friggin' absolutely shit bricks. I scream like a girl. What the F? My wife wakes up, screeches loudly. It's our son. He's just stood there kind of grinning and he says something to my wife. She starts asking him questions. What is it? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the toilet? He's just grinning in between talking mumbo jumbo dream-like gibberish. We realize his eyes are glazed over and he is still asleep, and so she takes him back to his bed. Hess never done this before, and with everything else that happened that day we were a little freaked out, looked at each other and just we teed a bed without saying anything else. Finally, the last part of all this. The next day at breakfast, as we're all kind of doing our thing getting ready before school and work, my wife says to me that it's really weird. She realized her phone, which was always on 24-hour time mode because she is German and that's just how she had always had it, now is in standard 12-hour time mode. This is the same phone that went off on our hike. She says she swears she never changed it and she can't remember if his was 24-hour time when she first turned it back on the day before or just now this morning. I know for a fact all our clocks and watches that my wife touches and sets are always on 24-hour time. She even speaks that way and will say it's 17 instead of 5 p.m. I am a park ranger in a remote area of the woods, where few people come to visit. My days are usually filled with monitoring the wildlife and ensuring that the campers follow the rules. One day, a woman and her daughter came to fish in the river that runs through the woods. Later in the day, the woman's daughter came running towards me, telling me that she had found huge four-toed tracks near the riverbank. I was curious but skeptical, as bear tracks are commonly found in these woods. However, the other fishermen who had gathered around to listen to her were nodding their heads in agreement, saying they had never seen tracks like that before. I decided to investigate the tracks for myself, and the young girl eagerly led me back to the spot. Sure enough, there were tracks that were larger than any bear tracks I had ever seen, and had 4 toes instead of the usual 5. As I examined the tracks more closely, I noticed that they were imprinted deep into the ground, and the claw marks were clear. My mind raced as I tried to think of what animal could have made these tracks. As I was looking at the tracks, I heard rustling in the nearby bushes. I quickly grabbed my binoculars and focused them on the spot, and to my surprise, I saw a large creature moving through the brush. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was huge, covered in dark fur, and had 4 legs, but moved in a way that was unlike any bear or other animal I had ever seen. I knew that the woman and her daughter had to be warned of the possible danger, so I quickly made my way back to their campsite. I informed them of what I had seen, and urged them to leave immediately. They quickly packed their things and left with a newfound sense of urgency. After they had left, I went back to the spot where I had seen the creature. I searched the area, but there was no sign of it. However, the tracks were still there, and they confirmed that something large and unknown had been there. As I made my way back to the ranger station, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden in these woods, waiting to be discovered. The experience had left me both excited and fearful of what else might be out there.